So welcome everyone to Women's Day event on March 13th. March is Women's Month. Just mute that. Yeah. And like I said on the
welcome
email,
everyone.
you can have all your cameras on, all those beautiful people on Zoom. Women's Day event on March 13th. March is Women's Month. Just mute that. Yeah. And like I said on the
welcome
email,
everyone.
you can have all your cameras on, all those beautiful people on Zoom.
Women's Day event
On March 13th. March is Women's Can we have the cameras on for everyone on Zoom? We have a full house. I will also just show you everyone here. One sec. Please see the full house over here. Everyone wave out. We have a house full here. And all those on Zoom also wave out. So amazing. Super. Great. So why are we here? Every year, organizations do Women's Day events, right? They do events on mental health, physical health. I've been part of doing events for Marico, a couple of years back. I think I did a few events on health. But nobody talks about where we are stuck. Everybody talks about, oh, women have equality, women have the right opportunities, women have, this feminism thing. I've heard a lot of snide remarks about also, which are there. And as our special guest who's going to join in, later this afternoon has said, equity is not the same as equality. Equality is giving everyone a shoe, right? Equity is giving everyone a shoe that fits them. So we are all different. Our shoe size is different. Our personalities, our inner more core is different from men and other genders. And instead of celebrating our differences and empowering ourselves to use those differences to our advantage, we try to suppress them and we try to compete in what we've always called a man's world. So I will start with my story. I was in 2003, I was vice president business development for GE Money, a Fortune 50, and extremely competitive financial services world. I went out of my way and I got them their largest deal for India. I closed their largest deal for 400 plus crores for India, won the highest award. We had a gala ceremony in Sydney and, we were all given the royal treatment and stuff like that. How did I achieve that? I used to have a mug that said, drink coffee, sleep when you're dead. So I was keeping myself nurturing second. I was taking early morning flights. I was not resting. I won the awards and I also won my rheumatoid arthritis. That's the time, God bless you. That's the time I collapsed. So 2003, I started doing this. 2006 is when I was diagnosed. Post-recovery in 2008 is when I started learning that what I had done had invited my own disease for no fault of mine. not embracing myself is something that doesn't come naturally to us. Even if we are born with a silver spoon, or we are born with beautiful parents who treat us equally and give us all the opportunities, there is that inherent conditioning that makes us, and we, through this forum, we will realize, and Dr. Bhavna will realize the conditioning that we all will share with you how to come out of this conditioning, which will be there. So that's the purpose that we said we are going to talk about equity and not equality, so that each one of us understands how not to suppress ourselves and how to just take our whatever works for us. Whatever worked for me, I used that to build my practice, build inviting such amazing women partners. And that's what's worked beautifully. So I hope that works for, I'm getting goosebumps for all of us. I'll give it over to Dr. Bhavna, who has a
little fun plan, right?
I'll 1 sec.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Bhavna Gautam, and a lot of you know me as a partner at Rachna Restores. Now, when we were talking about this whole equity and equality, I read a beautiful passage the other day where somebody gave such a vivid image that it just became very, very clear. So he said that, when they introduced, there was this sanctuary that was created, and they introduced a giraffe to that grassland sanctuary. And he would see, as a sanctuary keeper, as the expert over there, he would see that because it was more of a grassland and they did not keep in mind that a giraffe would be introduced here, there are very few trees. So every time the giraffe had to eat, the giraffe had to spread its legs, bend its long neck down, pick up the grass, straighten itself, eat. Next morsel again, third morsel again. Whereas what were the other grassland animals doing happily? They were happily chomping around, the rhinos, the zebras. They were fine. They never realized that the poor giraffe was struggling for every morsel. That was the difference of equity and equality. Okay. We are working in the same environments as our male counterparts. Everything seems fine on the surface, but there's this extra effort that goes into making it look normal. It is not normal, right? So this was a beautiful image, and I think it just made everything so vivid on this entire front. Now, taking the entire panel discussion forward, because I'm very sure that everybody out there and here is very eager to know each of our fabulous panelists and take the discussion with them forward. We are going to move through the discussion room in a different format. I would like you to introduce yourself by your name, and you are going to talk about either a book or a movie character that you most identify with. Okay, so let me start with an example. I'm Dr. Bhavna Gautam, a big movie buff, so I'm going to identify myself with a movie character. So I'm like a crossbreed between Shehenshah, Amitabh Bachchan in Shehenshah, and Kajol in Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum. I had the toughest time understanding which one was I till I turned 40, but now I'm very clear it's both of them together, okay, and that's possible. So now second one to introduce would be...
Why Shehenshah and why, please?
Yeah,
everyone has to say that also.
Yes. So why Shehenshah? Because while growing up, I remember in the 80s, I never identified with any of the female leads. I was not as feminine as they were portrayed. I was not delicate. I was not in the need to be rescued half the time, because I'm like, okay, why can't she just hit and run? Okay. And all that anger, all that social conditioning made me so angry that Shehenshah was the one that got my anger out the right way. Okay. I'm like, that's me. If I am allowed one night out on the streets dressed the way he was, this is what I would be doing, So, and Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, because yes, everybody can vouch around here for that bit, that I love to talk. I love people. I love to talk. I always have so much to say. So I didn't have to choose one or the either. I can go from serious to 100% talking in split seconds, I think. So that's about me. Now our next introduction.
Let everyone.
Yes. So now, Alison, why don't you come here?
Yes.
Yes. Oh gosh, or that you're a participant here.
Yeah, a book or a movie character. Anybody who's ready, you have time to think. Quickly come.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone? Okay, come.
You can join from there itself.
Yeah, you can join from there.
Yes.
One sec, I'll just put the spotlight on you.
Yes. So do introduce your name.
One sec, reduce the volume. One sec, Bhavna.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. It's fine, it's fine.
You're on spotlight, yes.
So hi guys, my name is Bhavna Singh. I started my profession, I'm from the education industry, but now I'm also founder of, an analysis. And like Dr. Bhavna said, how did you kind of, what is the character system? So for me, Silsila is the closest. I loved, the full graph of the character, and that's been the closer. I'm a big fan of Rekha, and I have emulated her since my childhood her, and then how she matures to a woman with, lot of dignity is what I've always resonated, and that's been me. So I think my reason of coming to Mumbai was Rekha. So, that's how I.
Lovely.
Super. Kranti, since it's here, would you like to go?
I actually can't make up my mind. But both the personalities which are calling me are polar parts, so maybe there's a split over there.
That's
So
fine.
one is deep.
Oh,
Yes.
Then maybe I'm not as outspoken as her, but my mind is pretty right now. And the other is because of the joke from the
Of course, of course.
So
Wonderful.
wants to have her own.
Yes,
word,
yes.
something important answer, and yeah, men have to live up to her.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Hi, anybody else? Maya? You're on screen.
Myself, Maya Avasthi, I am a trans woman. And one of the movies which I correlate with myself is the Madhavi which I was movie. I don't know the name, but where the Madhavi she fought and made her position between the men's world.
Gulab
Gulab Ghat.
Gulab Ghat.
yes,
That's one of the
Yes.
yes.
that's what I can correlate with myself. Thank you.
Wonderful,
Fabulous.
wonderful.
Why don't
Bharti,
you? Yes.
Bharti?
Come on, you're right there. You must.
You have to.
Yes.
Just that one character who everybody then knows, okay, this is her.
Like I'm thinking of.
Okay, you think, anybody else ready?
Please.
She is, okay. Pratibha?
Asking.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, it feels amazing to be here firstly. Full house, like she mentioned, and full power pack house, I would say. The character that I resonate the most is the team. But yeah, there I also talk about. Like, but we have just moments that we get as a gift naturally by the magical world. But there are so many things that you have to create and create those magical moments for yourself in professional life and personal life. So Beat is one character that's very close. And yes, the way she was very fun loving and eventually turns into a very mature girl. And I think I'm enjoying that journey right now of, kind of thinking about the things in a very different way, thinking very deeply. Also, apart from being Beat, I'm also a clown show. However, it doesn't mean that you don't work very smart.
Smart, yeah.
The other part from bigger city.
Thank you.
Wonderful. You should have had the jingle playing.
Hi, good morning, beautiful ladies. My name is Samantha, and I like I'm also from Bangalore. I'm an business professional, and I'm also a blogger. The one character that closely resonates is Harmonie from
Harry
Harry. Harmonie, she's one character in the entire Harry Potter series where her emphasis does not on her friends, Harry or Ron or Harry. She's one pillar between boys and all of them in the Hogwarts
Yes.
space long and she's also extremely intelligent and comes across very sensitive, and of these women are sensitive.
Yes.
I will not, mention that you're vulnerable, but yes, there is a kind of, sensitiveness or sensuousness. Apart from it. I think,
Wonderful. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pratibha? Anyone else? Yes?
Yes, this side. Hi, Pooja.
I recently on this, and since I work with animals and wildlife, I think the book I identify most with is the book, and I could be more interested. Two reasons, number one was more than all life. I think we getting on the place already.
Absolutely.
So basically, just that. So movie and the other one. Speak to animals and how it saves the entire animal. Stay with me. Movies I was thinking of, I don't have to go to Hadi Hassan from.
Awesome.
Who's next?
Shilpa.
So the character I will relate to this with is and it's childhood readings and people actually taught me about investigation and teaching and probably picked me up for a path. So I'm currently head of R&D at Maldives, so I would say that investigated of mine with early on in life. I don't know if that is more than one.
Yes, of course.
My dad and
Wonderful.
Hello, I'm having I was several now
Thank you.
I more fitness center, more than athletes. When computer characters are resonate most, I think that's the word deep in the. That's more personal drive, and that was and fun again. When it comes to work, I get sometimes I have to do the perfection, not compromising the that's the promise I behind it.
Lovely.
Hi everyone, this is Ashley. I'm not expecting, I have a design on my CV. And the books that I also so there is there is possibly one I will speak. And after opening the board, I think it was more successful. Joe was there and was being, Meg is the responsible one to organize the right thing, always taking care of everything. That's the last part of the then there's Jill, who's a little bit of yours, irresponsible one, and she tries to be responsible, she's always doing something, she's always doing things. I love that about her. That's another one. And the last one is yes, that's all.
We would want to.
A lot of you will join us next time. Who is there?
Aradhana, yes.
Yes. Athira? Yeah. I.
She can go from here. You can just sit here. And yes.
Okay, there's two of me.
Yeah. There's you everywhere.
Shut up, okay. Okay, so I resonate with two characters. Yeah. I resonate with two characters. One is Shah Rukh Khan from Chak De, right? Very, very surreal with a dark past, wanting to give back and wanting to train and empower others, but using a methodology that they do not understand at the beginning of their journey, but they start understanding towards the later part. So I resonate a lot with that through what I do, my work. And I also resonate with Chulbul Pandey from Dabang. Because I am also this extremely fearless. I have a fearlessness side to me, and a fun side, which these girls have seen.
Yes.
Where she has also seen, where I can just, approach strangers and do the most embarrassing things.
Yes.
So yeah, those are the two characters. Who's next?
Aradhana, do you want to come here?
Yeah, come here. Okay. Project.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. So glad to be here firstly and very, very excited for what's in store. I'm Aradhana. I'm a partner at Rashna Restores. And the character I most associate with is Katrina Kaif from Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, Leila. She's just so free-spirited, non-judgmental, loving, does what her heart wishes. And I think that's just beautiful. So that's so happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Ata and I'm a lawyer. The character I resonate the most with is also Geet. But I didn't realize she was such a popular character, and I always felt so like I think I've watched that movie 100 times. I also went to PVR and I saw the thing in the theater. So I think with her how I resonate with her is I think when she loves with all her heart, and she's innocent and she wants to believe that everybody is very good and they're going to reciprocate her love the way she does. But that's always not the truth. She takes some time, but she accepts it and moves on with fierceness. So I think that's why I resonate with Geet.
So you will notice how I'm not proposing even holding one of the gadgets, okay? So this is
She has her.
no, that's water, guys. It's only water.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Roli Jalan. I'm a clinical nutritionist, sports nutritionist. And so the movie that I resonate the most is Naina, but from Ye Jawani Hai Diwani. Because firstly, that movie was, something for our generation. We were in a constant struggle between Naina and Ranbir Kapoor's character, both as well. With Naina, I resonate the most is because there's always a struggle for her to choose between her love and her career and what she wants to do in life. She always wants to balance everything out and she wants to be happy. She wants to be there everywhere, but then she's in a struggle where to balance it out and how to balance it out. And that's what she loves the most. She wants to work, she wants to fulfill her dreams, but she's that girl who wants to stay there with her family in that little bubble of hers and enjoy the company of her own family. And that's how I resonate with her.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anushka. I've recently done my master's in mental health, and I'm going to be working with Anhari and this wonderful team here. So the movie character that I most associate with is from this film called Lady Bird and the character of Lady Bird.
Yes.
Has anyone seen it?
Yes.
So I love that character because she's an adolescent girl. It's a coming of age film. And I feel like she holds the art of self-expression and goes
Yes.
through that whole graph so truly in that entire film, where she believes she has a performative streak, but nobody in her family believes in her abilities, and she has to then fight for what she believes in. And I feel like I hold the art of self-expression I cherish it, and I think it needs to be nurtured because there's a lot of rejection, or you can be beat down many times, but you need to be true to yourself in how you express.
There's an entire section out there. I can see. They are hoping they become invisible, but it's not going to happen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Navani Sharma. I don't remember any movie right now, but I can tell you a character which I feel that I look upon, and that Kajal has done. Basically, so Kajal is something she doesn't like it. And she likes it, so she likes it with full heart. So that kind of personality I have. And I just found because we have seen lots of graphs. Like our Patman very clear, came back to industry, it was like solid Dhamaga has done in the industry. There's a lot of faults in the graph, but then he has raised it. So that way I've seen a lot of fall in my life, and then again I have come up. So that's it, and I'm from Radio City. Thank you.
A big woohoo for Shah Rukh, by the way.
High five.
Hi, everyone. Really, best qualities which I have. And now was ambitious. After husband को मैं छोड़ने करना
That's very blasé.
Go for it.
and third is basically achieve everything. This are the things that
Super.
Beautiful.
Hi, everyone. I'm Akshara Nidhi. I'm a mental health professional. And the character that I'm relating most to is what should be. Yeah. I think it's already.
Ah, how lovely.
That's what I'm relating to.
Super.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I run my own business. And I think the character that I relate to, or the one that people have told me I resemble, is probably like the Lara Croft.
Ooh.
Wow.
And I'm like very fearless because I do work like general in front of me. Like if I have to go through 10 men to get to what I need, I'm not going to stop like that. I know my name is Bobby Kulcha. I'm work with Pooja Malik. I think the most is Siko Shukri Khan.
Oh, yay, high five. That kind of.
When it comes to what aspiration on myself and others. Yeah. Hello everyone, I'm here with Pooja and Bhavis and Bhavis' mother, and I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you for
Thanks.
being here.
Javed.
I'm your Filmco. And I think, which I think the best is more like she is speaking up as a citizen, as well as she is from the mother side of the world. So she is, I don't know what the character was, the environment.
She's very lovely.
Yes, she did. Alison, maybe you can help him with the character. Yeah, yeah. Super. Anyone else left?
In the meanwhile, I'm going to tell one about. Okay, hi everyone, my name is Nari, so I'm going to say, you know, like others, I am here to support my mother, and I'm the character I really is Anushka Kalman. So
Nice.
the spirit towards life, have to see yourself, and how we always really saw that how you create that spirit to encourage yourself and others around. And I think in my journey of my own healing digital families, I was relate to other women really. Because I feel that character was so noble character of and how to step towards creating harmonious and uniting the level and really celebrating us. Yeah. So, hi everyone, this is Suram from Radio City. So basically I relate to two characters. One is not exactly a character and actor, which is Rajkumar Rao. Being underdog and doing something which he's best at.
Yeah.
So I believe in him that doing small things but which are always noticed. So I believe in that. Second is Shah Rukh Khan from Kalamona Wo and Kongana from Wake Up Sin.
Yeah.
Making my mark in a bigger city is always a struggle, but slowly and gradually I'm moving towards that. So yeah.
Why Shah Rukh Khan in Salman? Wonderful. Super.
I think next event we have to have Shah Rukh here. He's,
I think we'll manage that.
we'll manage.
Palak will manage it.
And
What I really character or movie character, any movie, visual, and you feel is very similar to who are. Like I just tried for the to who? I mean, the whole to who. Instinctively, we all said somebody talked about character or character or something. Also doesn't. Yeah, this is. Well, I've never had a doubt that whatever I want to do. Surprise to everybody and curiosity to everyone from where does this confidence come from? I don't know where it's comes from. But I always know that I want to do something. I really have to answer myself. So that's completely in my own Zone. Beautiful. Beautiful. Anyone left in this room or should we go to the people on Zoom? So everyone on Zoom Who will go first? Kamal, would you like to go first? Yes.
Yeah, I'll go first. That's
Sure.
okay. So, hi everyone. I'm Kamal, and it's middle of the night here in Seattle. So it's nice seeing sun everywhere. But anyways, I identify actually with three characters. It's a mixture of three characters. So the first one is from a movie called Sangharsh, and there's a character in it called Reet. And I actually identify with it so much that I named my daughter Reet because of the character. And the reason is that she is shit scared, but still she goes for what she believes is right. And she likes to put herself out of her comfort zone. And that's very much me. And then the second character is the character of Ranbir Kapoor in Tamasha. And because I identify with that, because of the struggle of what the heart wants always and what is expected or supposedly right to do. So that is a struggle I'm always trying to overcome. And a third character is actually also a surprise that I actually identified with it so much. And that was from Devdas, Chandramukhi. And the reason is I'm a very spiritual person, and the devotion that she has, and despite that her love is not returned, she still keeps loving and still keeps the devotion. So that's also very much me. And so that's why I identify with her so much. So those are the three characters.
Wow,
Awesome.
Kamal, thank
Beautiful.
you.
Thank you.
Who would like to go next? Neha? Jasmine? Rekha? Manpreet? Anyone? Suresh, your wife is going to be here anytime soon. Would you like to go? Suresh, we can't hear you.
No, the audio.
No, she's on the way from airport.
Yes, she's on the way. So would you like
Yeah.
to talk about who you identify with in movies as a character?
I think I would like to identify more with Amir Khan and Qayamat Se Qyamat Tak, because that is one movie I wanted to change the end,
Yeah,
and I guess I changed it in my real life.
yes, that was your love story.
Yeah.
How sweet.
Yes. So Bani and Suresh ran away in school and got married, and Bani is going to be here soon. Thank you. Lovely. Neha, would you like to go next? Neha? Neha? Neha, would you like to go next?
I don't think.
Neha, would you like to go next?
No, I don't think she's, yeah.
Yashvina? Jasmine? I think we should proceed to the next.
Yes.
Yes. Super. What do we have next, Bhavna?
We have now our beautiful panelists speaking to us.
Yes. So before we start with the panel discussion, a few ground rules. Green tea is there, coffee you'll have to ask the boy who's standing outside, water is there. The biscuits with the green tea, that side are free. The biscuits with the green tea, this side are paid for. The lunch boxes are on us. So the bathroom is there. There's also a straightener there. There's a nail polish here. This is a women's event.
Anybody interested?
Anybody needs any compact lipstick?
Everything.
Lip balm, we all have it. Yeah, wonderful, super. Over to you, Bhavna.
So now to carry forward this wonderful day together with all these bright, beautiful women, I am going to ask my first speaker to come and speak on the panel. I'm very proud to introduce Aradhna Chachi, who is our PCOS and fertility expert, a certified Yin yoga teacher, a certified health coach, our go-to person when it comes to anything related to digital social media. She's the goddess to go to. And she's also the founder of Anhari, which is a platform associated with spreading, collaborating on anything related to mental health and well-being. So Aradhna has been working with a lot of young women. That is her specialization. She works in the field of fertility. She works in the field of healing for women as a focus area. And today she's going to talk on a very, very interesting topic, which is the power of women friendships. So let's have her take on women and their friendships.
Hello again, everyone. Here and here. Once again, very, very excited to be here. And I think we had a really enthusiastic start and to this wonderful, wonderful day ahead. And please excuse me if I refer to some notes because I have this habit of talking a lot and I can tend to stray. So today, something that I'm going to talk about is very personally, very close to me. It's very, very, it's something that I value probably the most in my life. It's my learnings from female friendships. And before we get into that, I would just like to say that ever since I was born and I've been, since childhood, I think friendship, especially women friendships, has been one of the most strong, one of the strongest and one of the most important parts of my life, simply because when I was being raised, I was raised in a very beautiful manner where both my parents, my mom especially, treated me as a friend, as a peer, continue to do so. And so for me, it's always, it's been, there's a word, it's been reinforced that friendship is the base of so many relationships and so much more, especially with women. So, yes. So, going forward with, what I was raised with, of course, by my parents and, like I said, my beautiful mom, and then, taking it forward with even my grandmothers, my maternal, my nani and my dadi, the bond was always very friendly, very affectionate. I didn't shy away, and they gave me so much unconditional acceptance into sharing whatever I felt, no judgment, extremely non-judgmental. And that is what I took into my school and college life, for being extremely non-judgmental, accepting, grateful of especially women friendships. And what I believe and what I learned in my school life especially is that when you form bonds with women, at that age, of course, in your teen years and your adolescent years, you don't realize the potential that they have to take you through your 20s, 30s, 40s, if of course you nurture and, kind of cultivate them. And that is what I'm realizing now. I'm in my 20s, that, the bonds that were made 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago have really become a part of who I am, have helped with my self-growth, with being more accepting as a person, being extremely non-judgmental, and also giving people space. One of the most pertinent learnings has been that every person has a journey. They have a past, present, future, and you can't assume what is going on in their head or in their life. And all you can do is, of course, have fond memories and keep them in your heart, check in and have love in your heart for yourself and for them, because that's also peace for yourself. That is one of the most important things I have learned. And today, with wonderful women that I work with, they're all of different ages. Bhavna, my mom, Palak, Roli, Athira, we're all of different ages. But one thing that I have learned so, repetitively is that there is, like I said, there is a space for everyone. And also that, when you're in your 20s, and I've been through it, you're a little impulsive, you're a little reckless, you're a little unsure of yourself, little underconfident, figuring out life, navigating through it. But having women who are, say, in their 30s, 40s, 50s, self-assured, confident, extremely calm and composed at a lot of times, gives you the assurance and gives you the assurance that, okay, you know what, I'll be fine, I'll get there. But more than that, also gives you a kind of a journey that, they've worked on it for 10 years, 11 years, 12 years. So someone like me who's in her 20s, I know that, to get there, I have to spend the next 10, 15 years working on it, cultivating it, and nurturing myself. Because the kind of importance that these women and what I've seen with the bonds that we form give to their mental health, to their just daily routine, small things which also contributes to self-nurturing, give to their relationships, of course, work, and then create a balance and time for themselves, has taken years of working, and I believe has been going on for 10, 15 years. So that makes me want to nurture myself more at an earlier age. That is one of my biggest learnings from female friendships. Another learning is that be open to reconnection. When you're in your teenage years, when you're in your adolescent years, even 20s, 30s, we sometimes tend to hold grudges. We sometimes tend to not want to call back, or sometimes if you've lost some connections or let go of certain friendships and they come back to you many years later, a lot of times we close the doors. We're like, why engage in that toxicity again? But again, from experience, I have felt, why not? If there has been time, if there has been space, and if there is someone who's reconnecting with you from the past, who you perhaps had a good bond with, but over time just lost touch, be open to connections, be open to talking to them again, because that also really opens up perspectives to just gives you a different way of looking at life, and again, yourself and your relationships. And the third learning, which is again extremely, it's held very true in my case, is just go with your gut. So there is a reason that you have an instinct, that you have a gut. If your gut instinct stays, let it go, let the negativity go, just let it go. It's okay. You will move on, you will take the next step forward, and you will rise, you will wake up the next morning. And we have so much strength in ourselves that we underestimate that as well. And if your gut instinct says, despite so many doubts, that something good is going to happen, sometimes we just need to believe in that as well. Because in today's world also, we doubt ourselves way too much. So these are the three learnings. And one very important takeaway from female friendships is that the men around us and the men around me and us have become extremely, so much more non-judgmental, accepting, grateful, and expressive of their emotions. And that is something that I've seen as growth. And that's, yeah, of course. But there has been the open-mindedness to change, and that transformation has happened. So this is just something that I've sort of taken away over the last few years, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more. And I'm so grateful for all my female friendships and bonds. I love it.
Would anybody else want to share their take on female friendships that they have experienced over the years? Anything that you felt was pivotal for you just because, in fact, what becomes interesting is with strong or headstrong women. I mean, that's the label I used to hear a lot about myself while growing up, with women who were headstrong, women who were, let's say, not very conformist, the general trend was that girls will not be friends with you. It was easier being friends with boys. I don't know if that was a common. See,
Me.
yeah, right. Everybody would say, no, some of girls don't like me. Okay, but I get along with men. And I don't know what was wrong at that time, because today, I mean, I love women. I love hanging out with women, and I really like to believe that they like me too. I don't know what was what was not aligning at that time. But there was something, because we considered ourselves different. We were not considered, the conformist young girls at that time. So today I realized that, oh my God, there was such a large part of my transformation that I probably may have missed out on, because what I've seen in the last 5 years with these amazing women is that they just propelled me to another level of being. It was that transformative. Anybody who met me in my teenage and meets me now would see that marked difference into the person that I've become. So I mean, anybody else who would have anything of that sort to share with us?
For that other. Anyone who wants to share?
Even all our audience members out there on Zoom, please feel free to unmute yourself and join.
Okay, I think we should move on.
Yes.
Yes.
So while we are still waiting for Bani to
She's left.
come in.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. So we are going to our next speaker, which is Dr. Dipti Pinto Rosario. Welcome, Dr. Dipti. She's joined us all the way from Goa. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she's flown in specially for this
for the
meet. Yeah.
So Dr. Dipti is a practicing consultant, obstetrician, gynecologist, and she runs one of the oldest existing maternity homes in Goa. Wow, that's quite a tag to carry, right? Like, it's a legacy. Wow. So besides her practice, Dr. Dipti devotes a lot of her time to educating women and girls on topics ranging from periods to pregnancy to postpartum care, breastfeeding, menopause, all through her social media handles. And I know how difficult that can be for doctors. So hats off to you for doing that. One of the things that I think Dr. Dipti is extremely proud of is her 3 beautiful kids. And I don't know how you're doing that. They're all in the age of 2 to 6, right? And 2 girls and a boy. So that must be a fantastic space to be in, Dr. Dipti. And we would love to hear from you on sexuality and talking about sexuality and young women.
No. Yeah, because it resonates.
No.
Hi, my name is Deepti Pinto Rosario. So I am obstetrician and I will talk a little bit about sexuality and every minute. So if you notice in India, we discuss sex in 2 ways. Either sex in the context of
Yeah, unmute. I'll mute.
That better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so as I was saying, there are 2 ways in which we discuss sex in India. There is sex within the context of marriage, and there is sex outside of marriage. And these 2 seem to be very specific and very mutually exclusive in India. So a young woman growing up in India would receive sex education, which would mostly comprise
We get to hear you twice.
I feel like I'm talking to myself a little bit.
Yes. Yeah.
I think I should
Yeah, it's fine. Just mute yourself from there. No, it doesn't work.
myself and I'm getting annoyed at myself a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My God, I have tech inputs today. I'm on fire.
Yeah, it's not visible from there and it's hanging. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not.
Okay, let's just go.
Just continue. You just
So you
mute
can just
that
mute
and
yourself.
continue.
Yeah.
Unmute
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
Yes, you can come here too.
Yeah. Best.
Pick up where I left off.
Yeah. Somebody said that they couldn't hear you. That's why we are doing this. Just a minute. Then lag.
Hi, so like I was saying, so most of us have had sex ed in school, right? I don't know how your sex ed was, but what I learned at the end of my sex ed was boys only want one thing from you. Do not give it to them until you get married, right? So sex ed still these days, I mean, the government is making an effort. In Goa, at least it's mandatory that they're taught about pubertal changes, they're taught to talk about safe, unsafe touch, basic sex ed. But still, if you look at sex ed these days, it's more about all the horrible STDs you can get, all the unplanned pregnancies, how abstinence is a great choice. And what people don't realize is that kids are going to have sex anyway. So if you don't give them the tools to prevent these STDs and prevent these practices and these pregnancies and options, if they do get STDs and they do get pregnant, then you're doing them a disservice. So that's one thing I want to say. Another thing I want to emphasize on is you tell them not to have sex their entire lives, and suddenly the night before their wedding, you're like, okay, we need to talk. And you know, sex after marriage in India is something of a duty. You know, you are expected to perform it. You better do it. And I mean, do you guys know that marital rape is not an offense in India? It is not an offense. Let it be any sort of forced sex or abuse or physically enforced sex on the woman, she cannot complain. And if she does, nobody's going to do a damn thing about it. So sex is looked upon as a duty. Sex is looked upon as a way to have a baby, right? There's no other use for sex than to have a baby. So I think we need to start teaching our kids, first of all, what are their anatomical parts? I don't think some grown-up people know exactly what parts they have and exactly how to take care of them. People need to start teaching kids and young women that sex is about pleasure as well as about intimacy, about consent, about connecting with somebody. There's so many different facets to sex that people just ignore. And I think it needs to start coming from parents. You guys are talking about a great relationship you have. And I think big kudos to mom, because most Indian kids don't feel like they can talk to their parents. So they get all of their information anyway, through the internet, through porn, worse through their peers, you know, and it comes from a solid source is what they think. So I think if we can start talking to our kids and right from a young age, don't change the channel if somebody kisses on TV. I mean, don't hide your pads. If everything is just matter of fact and everything is just, this is how it is, then there's no shame associated with it. Then there's no taboo. So if it really starts from a young age. And how we were talking about how this extends into your interaction with your gynecologist. I'm sure everybody's had some sort of negative association between a gynecologist, you know, your visit to any doctor. I've had it as well. You know, you have a vaginal infection and they assume you're, you know, promiscuous, and they imply certain things, and they can't ask you whether you're sexually active or not. They'll ask you whether you're married or not, as if that has any bearing on the other, right? So I think we all need to be able to be honest with our doctors, because frankly, if you're not honest with me, I'm not going to give you the right treatment. So if you're not comfortable with your doctor, change your doctor, or, you know, just tell your doctor. I think we need to start from the beginning. I don't think you're listening to me. I don't think you're giving me the respect and the time that I deserve, and just be completely honest.
As a mother, I'd just like to add one point to what Dr. Deepti said. I was a virgin when I got married, but when I raised, now I have a 25-year-old married daughter. There was never any taboo on her choices, what she wanted to do. So this is for all the mothers out there who have teenage daughters or daughters in their 20s, and they keep telling them that, no, don't let the boy touch you, he will not marry you or something. Please give that space to your girls. They are your friends. Talk like friends to them. And you have to trust your own upbringing so that they will make the right choices.
I just want to say the word virginity should be banned. It doesn't make any sense. What is a virgin to you? If you kiss, are you a virgin? If you have penetrative sex, are you a virgin? If you have oral sex, are you a virgin? What does virginity mean to you? The hymen is an elastic organ. We know that now.
It's not like a Pringles box where you go fat with a pen and it explodes, right? It's not like a tight drum. It's just like a scrunchie, which, expands and collapses. There's an entire industry out there that is feeding off of this and feeding off of your daughters. There are kits available, virginity kits. They'll give you a little vial of pig's blood that you can break when you get married, so that you can show you've heard of the bedsheet test, right?
Yeah.
Where you hang out the bloody bedsheet. So there are kits available. There's a big business on reconstructing hymens. So
Yes.
your kids are going behind your backs and getting this horribly painful, unnecessary surgery, completely unnecessary surgery. So these are all the implications.
Very important. Thank you. Athena, take the laptop.
Educate parents. Yes. Right. Because I am completely and way, like my 8-year-old son and said something like, he knows what sex is, apparently. And he said that when to get maybe the key. When I heard this and okay, what did you say? What do you know? You wouldn't want to talk. I read that television comfort and they don't mind you're gonna have sex. Lots of things, it's normal, it's like how you eat, how you drink, how you repeat. After a certain age, they want sex when the body's well. It's when he was okay, yes, I know, this is what I know, this is what I've heard, and some other 8-year-old has heard. But then I was like, okay, I'll explain to you what it means, and I also felt this just becomes so from the
No, you know what? This is the misconception, because I don't know if you guys know this statistic, but we all got our periods when we were like 12, 13, 14. These days it's 9 and 10. Thanks to, you must have heard of endocrine disrupting factors in our
Yes.
food and all of these things. The average age of puberty has come down. So your first period is coming at 9 or 10, right? But the hormonal spikes start years before that. So your kid is experiencing these. Yeah.
Very, very.
Yes, so they're very confused. So I'm actually working on this, and I
have a very positive, association with it, but I don't know how to. Yes.
So I believe that these things have to be done in a graded manner. You can't just sit and have the entire talk in one session. It's going to be crazy. So one thing is to keep answering your kids honestly. If they ask you about a pad, explain. Take most,
My 8-year-old son has definitely at 12. That's out of your socio-cultural
so we're
messaging. So even that we say that the child should come and talk to me, some of the environment has gone out as a messaging and subtle messaging, very actually I'm not supposed to talk about it. So I answer the struggle as a parent where I'm failing and my child is still not approaching me.
so what we think.
Yes.
So there is this grade. What I was talking about, this grading fashion is. So I've been working on this
Every 45
kids
start
book,
and go live.
which is just like a journey of a
Just shut it
girl
now and go
through a
live.
little village where
Save it.
there are different changes of puberty. It looks like a comic book. It looks like a random story, but it's actually puberty. So if you find it difficult to talk to your kids, you can just give them this. And the content that's out there right now is too much information. So I think, this is what I'm working on, like a graded series. Yeah, so hopefully it'll be published.
May I add something, please?
Words, yeah, the words at the age of appropriate words. I have a question.
May I add something really quickly to what the doctor was saying?
Like my daughter is also at 8-year-old. So like she was also mentioning that we have the son who's big. I'm not sure whether 8 years is the right time when it talk.
It is.
It has to be a little early or maybe later.
I think by 7 and 8 we should start, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Even earlier. Yeah,
If you have anything, please.
will do.
So I have
Yes.
Can I add something, please?
There's someone, Kamal.
Doc, thank you for making the topic of the taboo to this technology so openly. One thing which I observed with my life, is like, we have to always also add something or else experimental sex. Because it means, it's more of experimental sex. especially for the sexuality. They want to experiment all form of sexuality when it comes to external sex. I know my niece who has been at fourth standard and have within the class sex with a classmate. And it was not sex, it was exploring and enjoying the feel of being touched and pleasure. So I think the experimental sex is something which is more in the kids and not even in the adults, they don't do it because they explore very much in the kids' time.
Yeah.
So I think this thing also have to be added to the solution.
Correct, for sure. Yeah. And that can start from a very young age, from 4, 5. It's nothing bad. It's just something.
Maybe create a space for different conversations on what something and maybe initiate the conversation so that they know, okay, this is the safe space. Maybe when I have a question, I can go and ask them. So if I did that, then the relationship to, kind of grow with the child. Like, I'm a single parent and I was married when I was 18, 19, I was a mother. And we have grown up together, my mom. And unfortunately, but I have to return to the body for a longer time, like, especially in her school. My school for was because when she was in school, your communication goes and talking to 18, when you were restricted for 5 minutes of call, you can't speak to your child. So my conversation to my child has been better.
Yeah.
It was my, I have written 365 letters in a year.
Wow.
And I've seen her grow better. Seen my communication grow better. So that 8 years of, not being together, we used to this communication, whether it was relationship, whether it was the, situations, circumstances. So it's very important. And we have come from a difficult, childhood where there's a separation. For a child to go romantic, it's very, normal. But I'm very proud that, my child did not go through that trauma. I see children today. Because we created that space for each other.
Right.
So whenever she would come after like 3 months or 6 months, all we used to do was just spend time together, bring that bond that we are there. And that has, really taken the relationship and grown. And I know my child is saying, if I'm with a boy, she's the joke. Never going to that, just a random sex because you're always a man. You come like this now, you're at because if you go tomorrow, like because as brothers, if you get pregnant, come and tell me. First thing.
That's so important.
Don't shy away. So you pop up in my head, like, party, whatever, you have to. So that was like her awareness. She went into a relationship, she had a strong relationship, and now she's a married woman. But I built because, like she said, rightly that an 8-year not like the woman. I propelled to speak to her, and I was married in 80. And like I'm coming from an extremely liberal family, but unfortunately married into an extremely conservative family, and that was the biggest challenge for mine. My mother was the most liberal woman, and my mother-in-law was the most difficult to speak with. So I have seen that, we are created that. And as a parent,
You have to create opportunities.
to speak up.
That's
Because and it started very early. Like she was 7, I think, and I had these conversations. So it's important as a parent, and I know it's different, especially like you think, son is more difficult to take the battle. But when you have your kids,
So-
yeah,
Correct.
that's when you understand. Like, I was never going to exam, but like, when she had her first period, I was there, her grandfather was there with her. And trust me, he has got sanitary napkins for her and got the Dago, I have periods, me in the sanitary napkin. And he would go very quickly, she needs.
Yes.
So we built that space. We created that space for her that she feels very comforted and doesn't feel like it's something not right.
Beautifully put. I completely agree with that.
Can I add something, if you don't mind?
So, thank you so much for that input, Bhavna. And now I'm going to go to the next topic, which is breaking business and social barriers. And who else than our own dear Pooja Bhane. Please come here and take the discussion forward. Now, everybody who knows Pooja knows that she's a conservation biologist by main qualification. And besides that, she's an energy healer, but that's something we have in common. Yes. She is into Reiki, telepathic animal communication, NLP, and several other life work. She's a practicing shaman. Pooja is in the space of spiritual ecology, and that is where her organization, Protectora Foundation and the Palm come into picture. This is a message that she's been carrying for the longest time, trying to talk about it, trying to spread the awareness. And today she's going to talk to us about what it is that happens in this space of trying to be a social entrepreneur and breaking those barriers for yourself, because nobody else has set foot in that space before you. So over to you, Pooja.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm going to speak to the room and then you can just hear me online, please.
Can I have to stand and speak? You want to?
Thank you.
Go ahead. Visit.
Body में क्या professor निकलता नहीं है. What I do.
Stand here because
Thank you
we are.
very much for
Stand
that,
here. Yeah.
for that glowing introduction. I work in a space which is, which like most other spaces has been dominated by men because it's a space of being in a forest. So I started going to forests when I was age 7. And I have a very dhasu mom. So she pretty much took on my dad all the time to send both of us sisters out into the forest without thinking twice about it. And my love for the forest, or my love for animals, or my intention of wanting to be a Mowgli and running around half naked in a forest started pretty much when I was really, really young. But as I've grown older, one of the things that has always come to me through my work is that she's crazy. That's the most common adjective that has been attached to me. And as a teenager, I fought that adjective a lot. It is an adjective only. Right. But essentially, I fought that one a lot because it was not something I wanted to be. It was not a label that I was very comfortable with. Because as a 12 or 13-year-old, I would be the one who would keep the snake in my pocket and show up in school. And people were like, "Arey, uske pocket mein mat jao, saap hoga." And even it's unbelievable. I turn 39 this year. And even today, there are people from my time in school who says, "Arey, bhale ke paas mat ja, she might pull a snake out of her pocket." And I said, we're 25 years since that incident, guys. I don't carry snakes around in my pocket anymore. But that was me. I was always the one who would rather spend time with animals, rather spend time with snakes, get hold of spiders, get hold of lizards. And it was not the easiest place to be growing up, but I knew that that's what I want to do for the rest of my life, that you couldn't put me in a room like this for longer than a panel, and that I belong somewhere in the outdoors. I've always been that wild creature, wild child, and it wasn't easy when we chose a career. So at about 18, I showed up in front of my dad and told him that I've got admission and I need to leave for England. Thankfully, I come from a very supportive and privileged family, so they didn't think twice about the fact that I've come with the admission letter and I'm due to leave in 5 days. I've done my visa applications, I've done everything. I've gone to the CA, got the accounts, and I've showed up with my visa letter saying, "Abhi main ja rahi hu London." So when I left for England and actually took on wildlife biology, I remember my father sitting me down and talking to me, saying, "You know what you're doing, right?" I said, "I do." He's like, "You're not going to get a high-paying job when you come back." I said, "I know that." He's like, "Your peers are going to go ahead of you." I said, "I'm aware of that." And he's like, "You do know you're my daughter, so you're really going to do some social work and going to go and do some job," which probably was the hardest. I'm like, "Oh, I have to think of this one too, that I'm supposed to be a businesswoman." Coming from the family that I come from, doing social work was almost like, are you sure? And he asked me that even after I returned to India. I think some of the most challenging thing that we do in our field is, like I said, because I would be the person who would be chasing the leopard or the tiger. Like I spent a lot of time in the Sanjay Gandhi National Park working on the leopards there. And it was a bunch of forest guards. It was a bunch of forest guards and me at the age of 18 or 19. So a woman staying in a forest by herself essentially meant that she was easy, that she was available. And I've had countless men knock on my door through the night saying, "Aaj raat ko hum milenge kya?" So one of the big things that we have always moved through as women working in wildlife is that just because we embody the spirit of the wild within us so much, it does not mean that I'm going to be in your bedroom the first chance that you get. We still face it today. Breaking those barriers has not so much been an internal process as much as just looking at the world and it being so jarring. The other place is to, I was speaking at another panel one time, as what does it mean to sit at a table full of men? Because oftentimes we're sitting with forest guards, forest officials, and there's now a lot of forest guard women who have come out, or a lot of women who are now working in this field, but for the longest time, it was a handful. Like you can literally, so in the world of tiger conservation, it's called 5 men and 1 woman. Her name's Belinda Wright, and it's always been that. There are no other women when you speak of tiger conservation. She's the single sole woman behind it, and it still happens. So the breaking of the barriers from there, from wildlife to later now living on a farm and living in a tent. I live in a tent with about 40 animals and do all my work from there. In the middle of that, slapping on a divorce and then deciding that I'm in love with a woman instead, has all been extremely interesting to look at from our work front. Because as a social worker or as somebody who works for a non-profit, I should always look like somebody who, looks like a social. I should have my jhola, and I should always be in my salwar kameez, and I shouldn't be the kid who's going to wear the shorts and go out and pick a fight. So it's generally a very interesting landscape to function in our field of work, because there's not a lot of spiritual ecologists in India today. It's a niche field. It's just coming up, where we look at the connection of the planet to people, and look at the fact that it's the people and the lack of empathy that is creating the crisis that we face planetarily. So we're working a lot on planetary well-being and spiritual ecology, and nobody wants to look at a woman who lives in a tent and has divorced her husband, doesn't live with the father, and is basically completely crazy and loves being and owns that label, now to be talking about spirituality or healing, or the fact that what does it mean to be connected. So there's a lot of barriers that still come up. It's a very interesting landscape. It's a lot of fun. It allows me to look in the mirror every day and look at, oh, so what you say is triggering me, so that's what I need to go back and work on, and that's what I need to kind of go sort out. So it's a fun place. I still much rather keep snakes in my pocket, and I prefer the company of animals most days over the company of people, and that in itself is a huge barrier to break, because people don't like hearing that. A lot of people ask us, "Agar tu betara ka nahi hai?" I said, because mana prani jasti avadta. I prefer animals. That is why I don't show up in social circuits. But in a nutshell, it's a lot of different things that we do. And now, 12 years into our work, we're getting global recognition. We're getting a lot of global impact. And I kind of proudly wear, if I could wear t-shirts that said, yes, I am crazy, I probably would. Some Rajpal.
We will give you one in the next one.
So I kind of enjoy being in that place, because then people drop their expectations.
Yeah. Then they know anything can be expected.
Chhod do isko. So that's where we are. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
I think you've thrown off so much of your personality that I don't even know where to start. I have so many questions to ask. But primarily, Pooja, I would want you to talk about, and this is something that I've experienced too. Is it easier for women to take up healing? Why is it that women just migrate towards anything healing, whether it's healing the planet, whether we as healers? Why is it that as a woman, we want to be more into healing spaces? Or is it just something that I am biased about? It could be. I mean, have you met men in the healing space?
I have. In fact, my therapist is a man. But I think one of the things that comes naturally to women is the fact that Desmond Morris is a biologist who looks at he wrote a brilliant book called The Naked Ape, and it looks at man as in humanity, and the fact that we're just a naked ape. We are a hairless ape, but nurturing comes very naturally to the female. It's what she is built to be able to do. It's the one thing that men and women can never have equity or equality in. Men cannot bear a child. It's as simple as that. Whatever they do, we're not there yet. And that in itself, so Desmond Morris speaks very beautifully of the fact that when women and women's circles and women friendships happened, they sat around in the caves back then when we were still, hunter-gatherers. And they didn't move around as much. They were not focused on the hunt and bringing the food on the table, because they were the only ones capable of nursing and nurturing. And that is where a lot of our social stigma also comes from today. But it's an extremely biological thing. It was meant to protect us. And that nurturing capacity, I think, is a very inherent. Thing to the female form.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's limited to the female anymore.
And no, the reason why I asked that question was that today, I mean, women, especially around where, we are educated, we have options and opportunities being thrown at us. there is still a whole bunch of them who decide to be homemakers. And then they still walk around with that guilt that, am I doing a disservice to myself just because I'm a homemaker? So this is a message to everybody out there. What is inherent to you is inherent to you. Use it to your power, whether you're nurturing a home or you're nurturing an organization or you're nurturing the world or you're nurturing earth. You are doing the role that you are supposed to be delivering out. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Pooja, for
Yeah.
that. Thanks.
I'd like to add over here that when you go against that grain of suppressing that side, is when a lot of the conflicts within us begin. So if you are naturally, if all of us are naturally nurturing in whichever way, nurturing can also come in scolding somebody because you're trying to protect them from something. It can also come from, like you said so beautifully, writing letters, the best way to communicate with your child. But every time that even in the workplace, we suppress this. And, Dr. Shilpa will bring more emphasis to this. The organizations that have flourished because they embrace this high EQ that women have. So shall we go to Dr. Shilpa?
Sure.
Yes.
Would you, yeah. So for everybody, Dr. Shilpa Vora is the Chief R&D Officer for Marico Limited. She's been on the executive committee of Marico Limited, I believe, since 2022.
I just joined a year back.
Just joined a year back, but she's had a 24-year-old prolific career across categories of personal care, beverages, home care. And she's also completed a PhD in immunology from the University of Cincinnati in USA, 94, and is postdoctoral fellow from Children's Hospital Research Foundation, Cincinnati. So we look forward to hearing from Dr. Shilpa Vora.
Right. So hi, everybody. I'll again talk to the room here. A little bit about, so the topic really is navigating in the corporate world. But I think navigation starts from home, and it starts with your parents giving you the opportunity to really be able to then go ahead and navigate in the world. It's as simple as that. Because, I mean, I am from a different generation than many of the youngsters here, where education did matter to enter into the corporate world. I think today it's a different place. You have a lot more startups, and there's a lot more, I think, ability to navigate differently. So a little bit of personal context before I come into what does it mean to navigate differently. I have a brother who's 1 year older to me. So I've been brought up always being compared to him. And always, he was always a topper. So that somewhere within me, I would say there was a fire that said, I am going to achieve and I want to be one up. And that sort of set the context very early in life for me. And that propelled me to do my PhD as well, because he said, I'm going to do a PhD. I said, guess what? I'm going to do one. And I actually graduated before him. I was like it was a big deal. I was 24 when I graduated with a PhD. So to me, that was something, I think even today, I have an internal bar, and I think that's true for all of us over here. I think we all have an internal bar that we've sort of set for ourselves. And it's not a bar that others measure us to, it's what we measure ourselves up to. And I think we all have individual circumstances that have had us create that bar for ourselves. And to me, that is very important because when it comes to any growth that you want, whether it's professional growth, personal growth, it is that bar that we are going to always have, and we'll always keep raising that bar. Right. So that hunger, that ability to sort of navigate up there is important. Now coming to really the corporate life and corporate world. So I've spent about 25 years with Hindustan Unilever. When I joined their R&D function in Bangalore, I was one of 2 managers who joined R&D at that time. And I remember going and talking to the head of the sort of our facilities and say, I need a woman janitor to clean up our toilets because I really don't want to look at graffiti. at an office space? Because that is something, you know, that's not thought of.
Yeah.
I remember asking for daycare help, and you know, at that time, I'm talking, you know, late 90s, and they're like, "But you don't have a child. Why are you talking about you know, daycare and child support?" And I said, well, one of these days I will have a child. But you know, so it is very important. So to me, what I'm trying to tell you through this is you have to speak up. Often in the corporate life, we might be the only woman in a room. It's very possible. If we don't speak up, I mean, it's an opportunity lost. To me, I look at it this way. We speak on behalf of other women in the room as who are not in the room. And I did a lot of these that I went and asked for things because I thought somebody had to do it. Somebody had to bring in that thinking. Now, I was never refused. So credit to the company, they never said no to me. I think they never thought about it. It is because we never had women bosses. All the bosses we had wives who stayed at home. So that was also a culture where they didn't have working women in their lives to understand the struggles a working woman would have, a struggle that, you know, that today, like I said, it's a very different world than where it was. Coming to the point that we just spoke about, you know, sort of EQ, etc. And I think that it comes naturally to women. Today, any woman in the corporate world does do better than her male counterparts. I mean, and I've seen that. We can multitask much better than anybody else. You know, there's a fire happening at home, there's a fire at work, you know, something else, and guess what? We are on top of everything. But I think what we bring to the table, and which is what corporates really look for. So they go out of their way to make sure that women are brought into the fold, women are given opportunities, women are mentored. Because we do go through life stages, right? We do have children, you do take a maternity break, that's the reality, right? That's a biological reality. But many other women stand up for them. We do create these lean-in circles to really talk to women about what does it mean to come back. It's okay to take a break. We do a lot of conversations, and a lot of them are one-on-one about the guilt of keeping your child behind, of coming back to work, of traveling. Rachna spoke about traveling, and I think we all of us travel on various reasons on work, and there is that guilt factor that you kind of come back and say, was that really necessary? Is my career that important? Is my ambition that important? But I think somewhere each one of us is a role model. Each one of us is doing something to make that difference for somebody else. I also want to call out, at least my personal story. I couldn't have done it alone. Today, I have a husband who's actually taken a career break when my daughter was 2 to take care of her. He's been on a career break. In fact, when my mom had cancer, he stayed with her for 6 months, taking care of her when I was at work. So to me, I think behind every successful woman is somebody who has held their back, whoever it is. There was somebody who has held their back, who has stepped in for them. There's a family who supported, there are friends who supported. There are, I would say, in a corporate world, we all help co-create policies now. I think many of us are in positions where we are helping ensure that the right policies are there so that, you know, it becomes more equitable. We spoke about it, and policies, I will talk from a Marico lens, for example. We understand there are different needs at different life stages even, and how are we therefore allowing male or female? I mean, on that, there's no distinguishing who's who, what kind of breaks you need, what is it that we can do to support you. And to me, those are the realities that the corporate world has. But to grow in any organization, I think you have to grab opportunities. You have to raise your hand. If you wait for things to happen to you, guess what? Not happening. You have to be the one who's saying, I'll do it. I'll step up. I will step out of my way, and I'm going to make it happen. And trust me, the world will come together to make it happen for you. But yeah, that's it.
One of these quotes, there's a 637 quotes over here. One of these quotes says that if they don't give you a table and a chair at the table, bring a folding chair.
Absolutely.
That's what we said.
No, and it's so true, because you have to make your presence felt.
Yes.
All said and done, we are, each one of us, till they do represent a minority in the fields we are in. And we speak on behalf of many other women who are not there in the room. Yes. Yes.
If my husband goes to the hospital, goes to work, he comes back. And works there, works back. He's a nanny staff, he's a food maid, he's a staff, he's a work there. Not very fair.
Well, I look at it this way. Honestly, it starts. I was in another panel discussion last week, and somebody said, choice of who you marry matters. I thought it was brilliant what she said. She was like, it matters who you chose to be your life partner, because some of these conversations early on, I mean, I remember, by the way, I have an arranged marriage. For everything that I'm saying, that my husband takes care of things, extremely traditional. In fact, Kranti and I spoke, our actually parents know each other. Okay, so it's amazing. It's the first time we've met. We come from a community where I don't think we have any male role models who say, I'll stay at home, my wife is going to go to work. That doesn't happen in the community we are in. And to me, I count myself extremely lucky that my husband has stepped up and, he's saying, you go ahead, your career's flourishing, I'll support you. But, it's a conversation to be had for all you youngsters who are not yet married early on. For the rest of us, we, maid, cook, all of those services absolutely needed.
Yes. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you choose the right guy because it's trained already.
I like that.
I like the train. My husband was so
Yes.
So I was not, but I made myself lucky by having those conversations. with my husband.
Absolutely.
We find out friends, work friends, my friend, let's find out reality.
Yeah.
Actually good. I think I'm really make it difficult to be like this to my son.
Yeah.
My son is 1.5, and my husband is not like, if you fall down and the ball match, it's fine, it's fine. And I think how do I know? These are the discussions and these are the things. Maybe you are happy doing it, but I don't think that's how we actually are.
That's so true.
Yeah.
But I think we have to let go. But I think one of the most important points that Dr. Shilpa made was that asking bit. We are not taught how to ask.
We have to ask.
We are asked to be invisible,
No.
compromise, adjust. We are not taught how to ask. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
But if I stand for tell things ahead of time, even if what you want to have.
Yeah.
Like I am. So that conversation, I think sometimes is very important.
And it's okay. I look at it this way. We cannot be perfectionists everywhere we are. There are things we are going to let go. And like I said, absolutely ask for help, but it's okay to let go of things. Yeah.
I think in the space of understanding, especially women power and their role of women power of all our lives. One of the biggest things that I've learned in the patience about the fact that people are only trying to store the
Yes.
or
Yes.
And sorry, yeah, no, continue.
Yes.
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 I'm just going to be patient. If I want other people to take responsibility, I am slow.
Yeah.
Because
That's true.
There's a reason called man.
Sorry, I'm also the tech support here, so that's why I was.
I know, I mean, Rachna can totally identify with that bit. I mean, we were just talking where she knows it can be done like this and the others are not keeping up and they all have breakthroughs.
So I have been accused of being a workaholic because I get it done and I expect the others, which is a wrong expectation on my part.
Completely agree.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And even multitasking, but I mean, I may be an off case, but I can't multitask. Exactly. I can't. And for the longest time, I was held to that expectation that, you know, the other thing on the newspapers, Women's Day, and they showed a woman with 10 hands doing all the cleaning. I'm like, I'm not that. And am I any earlier I've questioned myself that am I deficient because I can't multitask, but I just can't. You know, so I think that's also a lot of expectations which have been said, that whole stereotype which has been said. So when I'm a mother, I will be a mother. I will not open my phone. I will not check anything, even if it's the most urgent mail. When I'm working, I'll actually talk to my 8-year-old and say, darling, not now. For 1 hour, mama needs to be left alone, because I can't do that. I can't manage so many things together. So
Okay. Dr. Taruna, are you there? Dr. Taruna, are you there? Yes, yes. We want you to add.
that's how we are.
Yeah. So we'd like Dr. Taruna to continue this discussion. She's a scientist. She's with the government of India, and Bhavna will just introduce her. Yeah. Sitting in her office right now.
Yeah, hope I am visible.
Yes,
I'm
very
audible.
much.
Visible, Dr. Taruna. Dr. Taruna has, she's currently an immunologist and head of the Department of Innate Immunity at the National Institute of Research in Reproductive Health. She has worked extensively in the space of creating patents and identification and treatment of Aspergilli. She holds, I think, about 3,000 citations, you know, under her name. She's the
Amazing.
contributing author to about 100 peer-reviewed journals. And very rarely do we see women as the face of science, even till date. If I have to visualize a scientist, the first image that comes to my mind is a man in a lab coat, you know, unfortunately. But we are so proud to have known her, have associated with her, and we would want her to talk about the space that she holds as a woman in the space of science.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I think we all have, you know, walked the paths together, and that's how I know about the noble goals that you all at Rachna Restores are, you know, caring for and aiming for. And definitely the speakers I'm hearing since noon, that everyone is, you know, sharing their bit of story. And I'll also share that. And just to apprise you that, yes, you know, having a career, looking after your family, becoming a mother, everything requires your attention, your efforts, and making a career is difficult for men in this competitive world, and for women it is 10 times more difficult because of our own mindset, because we've been brought up that, you know, we are first homemakers and career is only a side option, right? Okay, you have to be independent so that, you know, tomorrow, God forbid, there are some mishaps happening in your life and you have to take care of yourself. So you should be independent enough to take care of yourself and you are not depending on others. You know, that was the guidance that, as my previous speaker was also, you know, sharing her experiences from the corporate world. I bring you a scenario from the government because I work with government.
Taruna, can you speak a little loudly because the room
Yeah.
can't hear you?
Only thing is I am in the lab.
Yeah, we figured that's why you're talking softly.
Yeah. I have increased the volume. Is that okay?
Yeah, you'll have to raise your, because we did not, it's a small room, we didn't get a mic because everybody can hear everyone, so just a little louder.
Okay, okay.
Sorry.
So, no problems. So what I was sharing was, is it okay now? No?
Everyone can hear?
The mouth.
Yeah, put the mic on your mouth.
Okay. So is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Okay. So what I wanted to share was that we were also, you know, made independent by our parents with a very different mindset, not thinking that, you know, we are capable and we are competent. But in case, you know, there is any issue arising, mishap in our life, then we are able to manage ourselves. We don't become dependent on others. Okay. But lately I realized that, and my parents also, that I have some inherent talent to become something in life. And although my mother always wanted me to be a civil servant, and which I, for her satisfaction, cleared the exams and I was selected also. But then she gave me an option to do my, where my passion lies, and that was science. And I must say that there is a big role of serendipity and the universe to play in how your careers shape up. But definitely, as my mentor, who has been a lady, and she was from Osmania University, Hyderabad. And I have been fortunate enough to be now a part of the organization where most of the scientists are women, most of the PhD scholars that we are training are women, and most of our directors have been women. So I think it's a different world. So I invite you all, come and visit how a government setup with more women work. And I feel that it's true that most of the women care about each other, right? As we have seen in case of Rachna Restores. But yes, there would be examples. You cannot say that, all are going to be helping each other. There would be examples where you will have some or the other person, creating issues which are not expected. Okay. So my message to you all is that there is an Indian Academy of Sciences in Bangalore, and just go through the website of them. They have published a book which is very similar to Leelavati's Daughters. And there you will have stories which can motivate all of you, how to grow in your careers, how these women who became scientists and, reached at the top, some did not reach the top, some did, reach to some level, and then they changed their priorities because there are very beautiful stories out there which are written by women scientists, and I'm sure you will all be enjoying reading them and getting motivated by them. So
we have another woman scientist, Dr. Manisha Gupta from ISRO. So if you allow, I will add her to the discussion. Dr. Manisha, are you there? We can see you, but your camera is not on. Dr. Manisha. Yeah. So Dr. Manisha is joining in 5 minutes. I thought it would be nice to have her.
Absolutely.
In this discussion, since you're talking about women scientists on the website and their inspiration.
Absolutely. Yeah. And also, Rachna, the thing was, as our previous speaker was also telling, that she has a very supportive husband. You have a very supportive husband. Same is true for me as well. So it is always having, you can excel in life only when there are supports available from various sectors, from your organization, from your family, from your husband. And now my child, who has become an adult now, 21-year-old, he says, Mom, you have done enough for me. Now stop thinking about me. I'll do whatever I'm supposed to do. And now you focus on your own career and your own life.
Beautiful. Can we give a round of applause?
So it is important, Rachna. Yeah. It is
boys.
Yes, that's what I was telling you, that he understands how to respect a woman, and he understands that women are equally capable, they are no less. And this is very, very important ingredient that has to be there in every man's life. And that mothers only can do.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, very much so. Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Taruna. Please continue to be part of this discussion. We are waiting for Dr. Manisha. While we wait for her, I think we will have Kranti. You know, these are all women working in an organized sector, in the corporate sector, in the government sector, and now in
Various
the
industries.
and now in the entertainment sector. We've got
We have Kranti, who's the president at Shemaru Entertainment. She's their chief operating officer. Since joining from 2006, I think she's been quite instrumental in propelling Shemaru to a space where they become a name which keeps up with the digitization. I remember Shemaru as a kid used to be everywhere. It was a phase where because of the entire opening up of channels, we saw the VHS space disappear. And I think to make a comeback in that space, to make us as relevant back again, must have been quite a journey and
A lot of fun.
I'm sure. I think we can make anything look like fun, right? If we didn't have that in it, anything can look like fun. You're going to hear about the fun journey from Kranti, where she talks about how moving from unorganized to organized has been so, an element
Yeah.
to her journey.
So actually, I want to twist the topic to saying being unorganized to organized in your personal life. And I'm going to just actually carry on the conversation that we started with Shilpa. Because I think it's a very important piece. First of all, actually, I want to just step back and say that I just love the topic, that it's equity and not equality. All these years, I was not comfortable asking for equality. I don't want to be equal. I don't want to be the person who does all the rubbish that the men have to do. Okay. And to your answer, I don't want to let him run my house. No, I think we are fundamentally different. Both the genders are different, and each gender can maximize what they bring to the table, and it can be a beautiful synergy. I think fighting for each other's roles is stupid. So, I mean, and so if we are the primary caregiver, as Pooja has beautifully explained, because of our, probably 10,000 years of history, we are able to nurture the family, the house, the kids, the way we can, and expecting the guy to do all of that it will not come to them. But what you can do, what you rightly said, is train them. Trust me, they are as naive and moldable as kids. You have to treat them, you have to train them, you have to allocate specific tasks to them. Don't expect them to think of it, but given the right task, given directions, expectations set, they will do it. So you have to break it down for them. They are also learning. So for me, it's been a journey between me and my husband. We've been together now, known each other for 20 years and been married for 17. And the guy he was when I knew him, when we were dating, to the guy he is today are two opposite people. I was in Pepsi in 2005 and this guy was on his study leave and he would insist on talking to me every hour. Even if I'm in a meeting, I had to step out and talk. And today, if you see him, he's just a completely different person. And I would take the credit and say, because I've nurtured him. And I'll tell you, like, we have two sons, and about 5-6 years back, one day he was like, one of us has to be there for them. We can't both be working like that. And I was like, guilt mat do. Kuch specific solution hai, kuch specific ask hai, to bolo, guilt nahi chahiye mujhe. And then we broke it down. We allocated how I would definitely try and protect my own weekends, how he would take on certain duties, and how we built a whole support system around it. So that's the other thing I want to talk about, getting organized, is build a support system, whether it's your in-laws, whether it's your maids, whether it's your driver, everybody owns the growing up of your family. Today, my entire house is managed by my maid. Right from ordering food to what is going to be cooked, you have to enlist them. They are your extended family. At work, we all organize our lives beautifully, right? We have schedules and we have to-do lists and allocated KRAs. To use the same thing at home, create that environment that everybody knows you have as many, escalations
as possible, as fewer escalation as possible. Everybody knows. So like, for example, we have a weekly menu, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Who in the house is going to eat what? Like we have 6 people at home and everybody is eating something different, but the cook knows. Sometimes out of love, my cook will ask my son, "Aaj kya khaoge?" And my son's response is, "Aaj kaun sa din hai?" आपको पता नहीं आज पाव भाजी बनाने का है आपको. It's like, so organize your life so that you can focus on the enjoyable moments, so that the daily rut is not sucking you out. You don't have tension about it, and you allocate duties. You allocate duty to your husband, your mother-in-law, your maid, your driver. Everybody knows what part they are playing, but you can be the sutradhar, and you don't have to explicitly behave it, but you can nurture that. At the same time, at work, it's very important to enlist your boss and your peers. This is my life. This is how it functions. I may show up at 11, but I will do my work. And if there's a spillover, I may go back home and do it. But work will not suffer. But whatever works for you. I mean, for me, it works that I show up at 9. I'm sorry, 10. There are certain people in my team who show up at 12. I'm like, I will come at 10 and I will leave at this time. Aapko 12 baje aana hai, aap apna karo. ठीक है. So, like, it's important to treat it and organize whatever pieces are there, look at it very objectively, organize it so that you can actually then meaningfully plan for your kids, plan for time with your, spouse, in-laws, family, whatever it is. So it takes effort, and God has gifted us with this ability to plan it out, use it. Never be the damsel in distress. You have more solutions in your hand than you think you do. So, and whenever you need, I think very clearly what everybody is saying is, please ask for help, enlist support, enlist what you want to do, and be comfortable with your choices. So, like, I was at a very crucial part of my career when I discovered that I was pregnant. I'd almost given up thinking that I may never ever get pregnant. And then suddenly one day I was pregnant. And I had a team of about 110 people below me. I was leading this, whatever. And I said, okay, I've taken so long to get pregnant. I'm going to enjoy this. So the next day I went and put a mail to my boss saying, I want 2 years off.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, from the day I have my child, I want 2 years off. So then my boss had a chat with me. Do you know we'll have to replace you, right? And when you come back, you may not have this job, and we may have, like, the company cannot not have someone. I said, I know this. I understand this. No problem. But this is how, if I have, first of all, for the longest time, I didn't want children. Then when I decided to have, nature didn't want me to have children. And now finally, when I'm going to have children, I'm going to enjoy this.
Yeah.
But of course, after 1 year or so, I was edgy and frustrated, and I said, I'm going to go back. But I said, when I went back, but I was very clear that I was going to have my second child soon. So I went back and said, "Mujhe chota kuch de do. In 3 months, I'm going to be pregnant again with my second child." And I was pregnant with my second child in 3 months. So
It's super planning, yeah.
yeah, so organize the unorganized. That's what I told you now. Topic. But I just feel that actually that organizing gives me the ability to be spontaneous. I very rarely say no to anything I get offered. I will always say yes. Chalo karenge, and I'm able to have a lot of fun. I mean, it looks like my life is very planned, but it is not as planned. But the planning gives me the ability to be spontaneous. So yeah, leaving all of you and a lot of other women with this, that just get organized, get control of your life, and you are the Sutradhar. That's
Beautiful. We've got Dr. Manisha who's joined back after getting.
Hi, Dr. Manisha, are you here? Yes. Hi.
I'm here. I think you all are audible.
Thank you
And,
so much,
myself,
Dr.
I think-
Manisha
am
Gupta
I
is
audible?
another scientist from ISRO. I mean, that just sounds so amazing. I feel proud of it, okay? That I know a scientist in ISRO. So with her amazing qualifications, a doctorate of philosophy too, she's been awarded ISRO's Meritorious Young Scientist Award. Now we want to hear from her about the space of science and women, and how do you navigate it on a daily basis?
Yeah, thank you so much, first of all, to all the organizers. So nicely, you have organized the women actually, who are known to be the scattered form in the society, but it's like a taboo. Thank you again. And just to to me, coming out from a background which is very open and giving me the chance to do whatever I like. So right from my young age, I can say that I was actually keen to know various things, and I was a very curious child from the beginning. And I was very much like कुछ समझ ही नहीं आता था कि ये stories क्यों पढ़ते हैं. So in literature, I was like कि जल्दी से खत्म हो ये literature वाला part. So after 10th onwards, it's like me and my science, which is actually a lovely combination. And to all the young women and the society as at large, I just wanted to say, it is the single person's will. It is your inner core heart voice, which one has to listen deeper. It may be any subject which you can run with, but it is up to us that we should look into it. And science is such a nice subject. I can actually appreciate day by day when I learn to know and do different experiments, and I understand that what exactly the logic behind everything. So when we go into daily lives from morning to night, we have several points where we have very curious to understand that what it is, how it has come, why, what it will give. It's other than the entertainment section. But if I see from my childhood, I always keen to have the results. Oh, आज तो ये होगा, आज तो ये निकल के आएगा. And the kind of small things we do in kitchen, the kind of in the chemistry we do in kitchen, this is all very much means funny in a sense. And when I see that the other people's means at the third place, if I see, then the people are like कि बहुत tough subject है. Or I think probably in our times, and I don't know about the present scenario, उस समय ऐसा होता था कि बोलते थे कि physics and chemistry and mathematics is such a hard subject, run नहीं होगा, fail हो जाओगे, ये होगा, वो होगा, ये वाला subject ले लो, art side ले लो. I was like कि ये क्या बोलते रहते हैं? This doesn't mean that, because from your heart, your voice is very much truthful. So just pick up that truthful voice rather than taking suggestions from people. Because मेरे को अभी तक याद है कि मैंने जब अपनी 12th class के 11th class में subject choose करने वाली थी, so people were trying to give me different kind of aspects regarding different sciences, like computer science ले लो, ये ले लो, physics नहीं होगा, ये नहीं होगा. But it's like my fate, or whatever you can say. Physics is such a lovely, wonderful subject. I loved it. And physics ने मुझे प्यार किया, मैंने physics को प्यार किया. In 2010, I was running with a PhD, and I was completed my coursework and the experimental physics, because मैं सुबह से शाम तक, रात से सुबह तक I was in physics. मेरे से कोई कुछ बात भी करेगा तो in the end of one sentence you will find that I am talking something about physics. So even I am telling you my funny part. मेरे classmates होते थे post graduation के and PhD times के, वो मुझे बोलते थे यार तेरे को कोई propose भी करेगा तो physics में ही करेगा क्या? So I was like कि बहुत अच्छा subject है. It's a nature, and I love nature a lot because I wanted to live like a natural being. So मेरे अंदर जो भी आवाज निकलती थी, तो I was just like कि मैं बहुत मस्ती मारते मारते मैंने पढ़ाई की है. I was never into a pressure, no stress whenever I was doing my physics research work and all. Because physics का जब PhD वाला part start हुआ था, then I was all alone. I was starting doing my work, and मेरा कुछ experiments run करती थी तो कुछ result नहीं आता था. एक बारी मैं अपने guide के पास गई, वहां पे जाके पूछा कि सर को समझ नहीं आ रहा है. MSc तक तो इतने सारा बैच होता था तो कुछ नहीं समझ आता था, तो हम लोग आपस में डिस्कस करके समझ लेते थे. But what now? So he has given me a very hard 3 kind of answers. गाइड बदल लो, टीचिंग सब्जेक्ट बदल लो, यूनिवर्सिटी बदल लो. मैंने कहा यार ये तो सारे आंसर पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. आई विल फाइंड आउट द वे. And then there onwards, I turned and changed the thinking process and attacked the problem and find out the solution. My PhD was on nanotechnology, and where I could find out the materials and tune them for cancer treatment. So that was the very past, and in 2008-9. Then in 2009 onward, I was just sitting like a normal child and filled the form of ISRO just to see that मैंने इतना कुछ साल पढ़ा है तो पढ़ा क्या है. तो मैं भूल गई थी फॉर्म भर के. मेरे कजन ब्रदर ने बोला कि भाई तुम्हें बैंगलोर जाना है. मैंने कहा क्यों जाना है बैंगलोर. Then he started telling me कि कुछ तुमने फॉर्म भरा था. मैंने कहा maybe I have filled one form. So मैं जाके इंटरव्यू दिया मस्ती मारते मारते. मैंने सोचा इन लोगों को तो मेरी जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि मैंने जो साइंस पढ़ी है शायद इस स्पेस में काम नहीं आती होगी. But I was very positive कि मैंने इंटरव्यू तो अच्छा दिया है, कोई बात नहीं. Interview 45 minutes, first candidate of the day, first day of the interview. and I came back, lovely shopping in the Bangalore. And I came back home and started my PhD work. After 3 months, result came. And again, my brother said, ki you have to join ISRO. मैंने कहा मेरा इसरो में आ गया क्या? मैंने देखा भी नहीं था रिजल्ट. I know that people are actually keen and keep on seeing the result कि क्या आया. फिर मैंने finally बैठ के इंटरनेट पे सर्च किया कि आया कि नहीं आया. देखा तो हाँ, it was just like 10 people has to be taken up from out of 120, and one of the name is my name. And I joyfully came to Ahmedabad. मस्ती मारते मारते अहमदाबाद आके join किया. And lovely feeling since 2010 till today. And right now also I am working with the project. उसकी भी parallelly meeting चल रही है. So that's the reason I was in office in the morning. And since last 10 years, what I can say is actually the managing both the things, means work as well as life, as well as your all societal gatherings. It's equally important to enjoy your passion. My passion is always the work. My physics is actually my core heart, something which I love from the beginning, because it gives me such kind of dopamine, I can say, which is actually required in your everyday life. So, and it's together parallelly, I can say that there are multiple kind of therapies and technologies which one should understand. I am very much associated with one of my friend since 6 past years. And he is like a Guitar Monk founder, and now he is my husband also. So I could understand there is a very good means scalability when art goes together with the science. And he is working on the ragas music, and is very much he has taken up this thing from, I think it's a God gift. He is playing ragas for the treatment, for the welfare of the people. And what I could understand is the fundamentally from the physics point, that sound is something which creates your mental health. And we can talk on this little more later. But what I can say from this breaking the myth, that science is something which everybody knows. I cannot deny that a single child is अछूता बोलते हैं ना, कोई अछूता नहीं है साइंस से. साइंस एक ऐसा है, बट अपने अंदर हम लोग डाल लेते हैं ऐसा कुछ कि जिससे ये लगने लगता है कि it is very tough or it is not for our side. But I think probably if somebody has a keen interest, or it can be bring up from the parenting, that a parent should not stop the childhood curiosity. अगर childhood की curiosity रुक जाती है, तो फिर later on stage में we find it very very difficult कि हम science को pick up कैसे लें. I think probably Rachna ji is a very good example. After I think probably passing means to in the this last decade, she could have run like anything in the holistic nutrition. So there is no age to science also. I think probably here I can stop it here now. That saying that I have loved it, the subject like anything. And in the so people says that in organization it is very tough, but I say in ISRO it is very easy to run as a woman, because as per the topic of equity, I say that for women we have got what we need to deserve for to take up the scientific subjects, work on the different criteria, and analyzing the different kind of data sets. We get everything which we require, and we have very good facilities also. We can there are means at a different stages. Means I can also work from home. In the corona times, we have got very good beautiful scenarios at home also. So I think probably equity is there. We have to take it and not by granted it. Thank you.
Dr. Manisha, I must say your enthusiasm for physics is so much. I think I will now start reading my physics book. I mean,
yeah, sure. Any doubt I'm there to support. Even I
Thank
actually
you
keep
so
on
much.
counseling various forums for students, how to be in love with physics or means mathematics or biology, whatever be the scientific subjects. How we can means love those subjects. Even I can say there are times when we have suffered also with different kind of people in our and faced various challenges also. But it is very fun when we solve the problems.
Wonderful.
Thank you for that insight. Thank you so much.
Thank
Now
you.
we
Thank
are going to move on to somebody who belongs to an industry I think we are all starry-eyed about since we are born. I mean, especially being an Indian, I think that's as much a part of our culture as maybe a Holi and a Diwali, which is Bollywood. So I have with me Parul Hussain, Bollywood publicist. She is a leading film and entertainment publicist and has been in the forefront of some exciting media campaigns for the past 25 years. Wow, that's a long time. And she runs Parul Gosain Publicist, started in Jan 2000. 2000, yes. So she is going to talk to us about an interesting topic called embracing your choices. And all yours. The audience is all yours, Parul.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. So, I mean, this is such a vast topic that when Rachna told me this is your topic, I was like, which part of my choices do I have to talk about? He said, you can choose your child, your health, whatever. But I'll just take you through a little bit of a backgrounder. I started working in the corporate field. I started with MTV way back in '96 when women were still, the industry was opening up. There was just no jobs. So we've been through, I belong to that generation who's, worked in offices without loos for women, So we have come a very long way. And then I worked in Channel V for many years. And after that, I started my own company. And I was really lucky to get some very, very interesting campaigns. The reason I want to just quickly go through that is to say that it's the choices we make that really takes the direction, gives the direction to our life. So I have, as a kid, my father had once told me that, by the time you guys grow up, this is in 70s, all women will have to be financially independent, So you have to, don't think I'll get you married and, all women will have to be financially independent. I couldn't understand what is he saying, but it was there at the back of my mind. In my life, that has always been something that I've believed in. And when I started on my own, I got a call from this girl called Malika Sharawat, and she said, will you handle my PR? And everybody was like, don't handle her. She sounds like really psycho and all. So everybody was against it. And but I felt there was an honesty in her. And I thought, here is somebody who could challenge the whole misogyny, whole anti-women, not just in films. I'd just like to say that films is much better, but in life in general, because I grew up with a father who had said this, so you imagine that I grew up in a very emancipated kind of an environment. My first job was MTV, my second job was Channel V, Sony Music was my first client. Popstar Diva.
Dr. Manisha.
देखते हैं अभी क्योंकि उन्होंने खुद ही रिजोल्यूशन नहीं किया है कोई, तो उसको चलने दीजिए अभी ऐसे ही, है ना? कोई ऐसा वो नहीं है जितना डिले करें. हाँ, नहीं हमने आपको भेज भी दिया है, आप देख लीजिएगा. उसमें स्टेटस में अभी भी आ रहा है सबमिटेड. मतलब जब उनकी तरफ से हो जाता है तो फिर वो उसमें लिख करके भेज देते हैं रिजॉल्व. नहीं हुआ करने के बाद एक होता है तो एक या दो थर्सडे
It's because it is broadcast. It is 1 second. I'll just see who is unmuted. That's easier.
Hello.
Okay, sorry. Continue.
So then I took on her work, and there was a lot of feedback from the industry, which everybody said, why are you working with her? She's just she says anything, does anything. But I felt that here is an opportunity to actually break the mold, and because I'm kind of not so clued into other people so much, and I'm more I can be working very hard on something, but I'm never part of that circle. Intrinsically, I never become like, I could be working with Malika, but she's not my best friend. I finish work, I go back home. I'm thinking about it as a campaign, but I'm not attached to her as a person, So that's a choice I made, which was a very, very controversial choice way back in 2003, 4, 5, because it really broke the mold in those days. And today, at that time when she said that her father had leaked out her papers, her marriage story, I don't know if you all are aware of it, but she had been married earlier. She didn't want to talk about it, and her father had leaked it out. And a very senior journalist who broke the story, she told me that her father gave me the pictures. Why would he, a father only protects the daughter? And I said, no, it's not true. All fathers are not protecting their daughters. This is way back in 2005, and she broke this really big story about her marriage. But today, that same journalist, everybody knows the whole concept of killing daughters for honor. It's like, so, I mean, you had to break these kind of shackles. Then, of course, my next client was Imran Hashmi. Everybody said, why are you working with him? I said, he's a male sex symbol. Why not let him kiss his way through and become a star? So it was like so that's again a choice. Everybody was like, you're working with people like Vishal Bhardwaj and Sanjay Bansali and Mani Ratnam and the whole lot. And why would you? I said, no, this is something I feel it's a statement. He's a man, he's a sex symbol. Let there be female gaze. Why are we embarrassed about it? So this is a choice. So these are choices which are made parallelly, working in films which are like really highbrow quality, whatever, and choices which are very, very massy, which change the way we think women need to be perceived. And sometimes you just believe in those things and you do it. And then, of course, a lot of time passed, and few years back, I had taken on Kangana Ranawat's work when she was fighting the case with Hrithik. I mean, I started her work, and within 4 days, that whole thing started. And overnight, her digital agency left her because this was going to be a really nasty fight, because she was going to, she was really dodgy. She was questioning the whole power system, and I was convinced that the Hindi film industry, the Bombay industry was never going to stand by her. And this is not a personal thing. I actually really like Hrithik Roshan. Wherever I worked with him, I found him to be really, really lovely guy. This is not a personal thing. And I'm not like a diehard fan of Kangana, but I just felt that this was a story that needed to be out there, that as a woman, she can't be pushed into a position where she has to come and apologize for something, So these are the choices I have made, not initially thinking that with the whole idea is to change the world or something, but this is something I feel intrinsically that as women, we should also see that point of view, and if I'm lucky enough to also work in so many, I've done more than 250 films, and I've got such a, large body of work. But if I have to really look back, I'd say these are the choices that I made that really helped me. I mean, whether it's a lipstick under my burqa or whatever, all the films that I've done, which there have been a small baby steps that they've taken to let women think that it is possible. You can question the hierarchy, and you have to always question the hierarchy, because ultimately those hierarchies are created by people who feel that functions best for them. You have to ask for what works for you, and so these are the choices I've made as a professional. I mean, when I work on a film, I look at just two things for myself. Did I get the credit in the film? And did I get my money? Two things I'm very listening about. Rest, everything else comes in as experience, as learning, and it's a personal growth that I have, Shiva. And so these are the professional choices. And somewhere along the way, I would like to say that I've, in almost 25 years of working, I've had very rare instances of people who've misbehaved with me, who who thought that as a woman in film industry, somebody needs to misbehave or make propositions or anything. Maybe I'm in media and people know that I can be ruthless and they'll be in the paper next day or whatever it is. I've not had bad experiences. And today I see so many girls in the industry, and it's really, really heartening to see women just out there working professionally, and to come from a space where there were just like maybe 3 women on a set when you went to the set, to sets today which are like 80% women. Things have really changed, and I think all of us have made those changes, subconsciously, consciously, we've all added to those changes. And then I decided to have a child. So I decided, I'm a single mom. At the age of 45, I wanted to have a child. And my son was born when I was 46. And yeah, he's 5 years old. And last year, so all that is fine. Last year, I spoke to Rachna about something, and she was like, are you taking care of your health? And I realized that in all this hustle bustle, because I've just had very, happy constitution where I'm like forever running, fighting, always on top of the thing. She got me to do a test, and it turns out I had cholesterol, because we are not taking care of ourselves. So this year I have dedicated my choice is to look after my health. And in all the things, one thing, if you can't ignore, it's your health. Keep your money safe, keep your some hobbies which are for you, which do not just work. Enjoy your work, but with all that, I think it's really critical that we take care of our health. And thanks to Rachna. Yeah,
Thanks for doing it. You're following it.
yeah, and I'm following it.
Yeah.
It was the toughest thing to do because I used to 6 to 7 teas or coffees in a day, or 8 to 10. And she said, no tea, coffee, have green tea. And it was quite tough. But even after those 4 months were over and this thing, I realized the amount of, how much of my own health has improved. And I think that is something we should never, ever take for granted. Because when we are going to fall sick at 70 or 60, there'll be nobody to take care of us, Because even if you have like 10 people to take care of you, you will be the one who will be sick. So I would say, first choice should be, conscious choice should be to look after your health.
Oh, come here only. Since you are next, come here. Ha. So I want to add to what you were just mentioning. I read a very nice post recently where the husband tells the wife, I'm going for a beer with my friends. She says, okay. Then the daughter says, I broke the car. She said, okay, get it fixed. Then the son says, I think I'll fail in my exam. She's like, okay, you will pay for your tuitions next year if you fail, but it's okay. So the entire family is wondering suddenly what has happened to the mom. Who has given her this I don't give a damn pill? And should we come together and figure out how not to get her addicted to this medicine? And she says, I finally realized that everything I do may not be doing any good to you, but it is definitely making me more anxious, making me unhappy, affecting my health. So I have realized the self-realization by yoga, meditation. Everybody is responsible for their own happiness on this earth.
Yes.
I can only give you an ecosystem. If you want to be happy, be happy. Otherwise, you deal with the consequences. So I think it's very important as a woman that you have to at some stage let go. Rather than just thinking, is my husband taken care? Are my kids taken care? And just completely forgetting about yourself. So I think let go is probably the mantra, how you can embrace that I'm here for my own happiness first. And you can only serve from a filled bowl and not an empty bowl. That's it.
Thank you so much, Parul, for that.
Thank you.
When we heard about asking, we also heard about why not. And then asking, instead of saying, log kya kahenge, you keep asking, nahi, main kya keh rahi hu? That is more important, right? Like, how do I feel about it? So thank you so much for that, Parul. And in continuation, this beautiful woman that I have with me here, she was just speaking. This is Priyanka Chaturvedi.
Hi, everyone.
She is the founder of Wonder Years, which she founded in March 2022, which brings together her passion for fitness and children's fitness, more importantly. That's what her focus area is. Her intention here is to extend the years of knowledge and experience training elite athletes and everyone who comes up with their respective goals through a proper program, a program aligned towards creating more sports person, more aligned sports persons, giving them the opportunity to understand the right way to approach sports. So this is very exciting. Thank you, Priyanka, for being here with us. And Priyanka is going to be talking about empowering girls, young girls and women through sports.
Thank you. Thanks, Bhavna. Thanks, Rashna. And thanks, Palak, for including me in this list of speakers and letting me speak on this topic. It's actually quite close to my heart. And that's the reason why I started this venture, because I belong to a generation and family where we were told, padhoge, likhoge, banoge nawab, kheloge, kudoge, banoge kharab. And I never questioned, because everybody who played sports in my school were boys and they were all last benchers. So I don't know if I can ask this group that how many of you have played sports as a child at a competitive level or at a recreational level? Very handful, right?
Yeah.
And I personally feel sports helps a woman stand out. It challenges the gender stereotypes. Now in my building, I see 12 boys playing football. There are 2 girls in that group also. I don't remember any boys' face, but I definitely know who those 2 girls are. So I think the problem with our system is that if you don't play sports, you tend to stay away from physical activity for the longest time.
Yeah.
Then until a health realization happens, or you get lucky by getting into a community that's into fitness. Otherwise, you mostly don't do anything about it. The problem of system is our schools are not very encouraging when it comes to sports. There's a 1 PE period for elder kids, 2 PE periods for the younger kids. Now that itself is not enough. And then they want to form a team of people who are high performers so they can bring in awards and trophies for the school. That is excluding such a big chunk of people who can do something about this. And sports is known to make you more resilient, more competitive, get better at teamwork, become more hardworking. All the benefits of sports are there. But we are still talking about this topic because the number of girls in this particular activity are far lesser. Now, the cricket happened in 1934 for women, maybe. It took, I think, 40 years for it to come to India to form an association of women who play cricket, 1973. Now, 50 years later, finally, there is women cricket happening. All of us know who's the cricket captain of India. Puma is signing her as brand ambassador, right? 50 years is what it took. So neither do we have opportunities for women to participate in sports, nor do schools have a format which is encouraging. So I think it finally comes to us as parents to encourage our girls into sports. A lot of time girls would come and tell you, no, I don't want to join that class, it's boring. That's a standard answer a child will give you because they don't want to accept it is at times competitive and they're not able to cope up. They will not tell you that it is intimidating because there are too many boys in the group. So maybe as a parent, what we can push our child and काफी time लगता है to figure out which sport is meant for my child. So keep trying, don't discourage them. Don't just straight away put them into an activity which I have nothing against an art or music. They are very nice form of activities. But I think physical activity is something that will help you for life, especially sports, I think. I think Palak wanted to add on this. Her daughter plays sports and I think she's seen some changes in her child after sports compared to when she wasn't.
Hi, sorry, I'm in a very bad network area, but I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes,
That's
we can.
important. Yes. So coming to sports, especially with girls, I think that's the best thing that has happened to my daughter, who's 12-year-old, and she has taken tennis very, very seriously. Initially, we thought that, it's just a diversion from studies. And we didn't know, we were very skeptical as parents coming from a very conservative background where education was the main criteria in our lives always. We never thought, and we have we were skeptical in the manner, yes, boys do very well in sports. Boys can do very well in sports. But girls, do they have opportunities? Yes or no? So I think it took a lot of time for my husband and me to actually come to this reality that, she is so focused on her game that for her, yes, education is important, but that's not her forte. Her forte is sports. And we realized that this is what we are ready to help her in. Since last 3 years, the kind of change I have seen in her, the kind of dedication she comes with, I see kids around her who are into social media, they're making reels, they are into fashion, they are doing stuff of their age. But oh, it's my daughter, she is very clear. She wants to go for tennis, tennis, tennis. Actually, we had to go for a trip. She said, I'm not going because I'm not going to miss my tennis. So the kind of dedication I've seen that in girls today, it's amazing, amazing. So yes, things are changing now. And I would say, people like Priyanka who are doing a beautiful job in the sports field. You guys are making it sure that our kids, our girls are going to become something in life. But yeah, I think also the attitude of parents is changing now, where we are ready to give in and say, okay, you know what, you want to take sports as a profession, go ahead. So the mentality is changing, things are changing, I would say.
Thank you for sharing that really personal piece, Palak. And yes, we've been on this journey with you, so we know how difficult it was for you to juggle and understand this is the path to take. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I think another critical thing to understand about women in sports is a lot of parents still have certain myths. I wouldn't call them myths, there's lack of information on how do young girls or women who want to take up, let's say, professional sports, deal with the physical aspect of it, right? One of the primary questions remain, and I get it, that my child just started playing sports and suddenly her periods are off. What can we do about it? So
absolutely. So sorry to, actually say this, but what you're saying is so right, Bhavna, because, parents have come to me, the girls who are playing with those, they've come to me and they ask me, how do you manage when she's having her periods?
Yeah.
Like, is she able to play? Doesn't she leak? Doesn't her stain go off the track? And so many times I actually have to tell them that, guys, don't worry. She's managing it very, very well. She's managing it like any other kid is managing. So don't worry about it. And they do an excellent job in managing themselves when they are so focused.
True. Yeah. And which is what I was just having an interesting conversation. We have an established athlete, professional athlete with us, and I would like to get her input on this bit. Okay. So that people know, right? I mean, I think that's another reason I think we should start having faces put to these professions, right? Scientists, sports people, I think we need those faces to come in, so that people may start making that correlation more and more people get inspired. So would you like to introduce yourself first, Babis?
Hello, everyone. My name is Babis Barucha. I am the captain of the Indian women's rugby team, and I am and I'm also a physiotherapist in my parallel life. Yeah.
So my question to you, Babis, was that where do parents go or start with on this entire issue of women or young girls, their period and getting into professional sports?
I think just as we decide for our children that, we want to put them into school so that they get into a system where they can grow up and take, go to the 11th standard and 12th, and that can be a foundation for their career. Very similarly, it is the same way with sport. So what I was discussing with her was that the sooner you start your child, it becomes easier to get them into a professional setup because now they're already in the system. So the earliest you can start is 3 and 4 even, and it doesn't have to be at a competitive level. Literally, it just has to be, okay, pick that box up. That's where the basic starts, as opposed to, oh, no, you're a girl, don't do it, let your big brother do it. So that's where we can change things that happen at home. I was very lucky to grow up in an environment where I had 2 elder brothers, but I was made to do all the lifting work, you can see. And that is where it starts from. It starts from how you treat them with basic activities at home. And that's where the myths behind what you said about the periods and stuff, it changes. It alters when you start performing suddenly professionally after the age of maybe 10 and 11, because by then, like she said, periods have already started by 9 now. So if you start after your period cycle has started, somewhere you're giving a shock to your body. And it takes time for your body to understand that, okay, this is going to be the new pattern now for this particular body, and which is why, you find that irregularity in the period, and then it again regularizes based on your new system. For a child that starts at the age 5 or 6, which is before the period, it's already encrypted in them that this is going to be the activity level of this human body. So you'll never find irregularity in the period over there. But how to get into professional sport, like you asked, it always starts in the school. So if as a parent, you push for it in the PTA meetings to your principal, and you put pressure that, you know what, I'd like my child to flourish not only academically, but also in the field of sport, because that is what is going to help my child survive in the world. Yes, your education is going to help them be comfortable, but sport and what it teaches you practically is something that helps you survive. So, so to just push for that to start in the school level is very important.
I think that's so important. I never had this conversation in school. I want sports also to be as important as studies.
Because most of the
now I
schools,
back and have that conversation.
most of the schools hype about the academic
They do,
performance.
they do, right?
No one talks about sports. Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's so.
Right. Yeah.
Also, people don't see that.
Right.
So, in fact, there's also, sorry, please continue. No, there's also research which says at the age of 9, a girl's confidence starts dropping. She'll hesitate to do public speaking. She'll hesitate to try a new activity. She will look for constant validation from her friends. And at the same age, the physical activity also drops, especially if you haven't done anything from the age of 5 to 9. So there is a reason why people want you to be active in sports, active in physical activity early, so that pattern builds on later.
And also what the lady said who spoke before us, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. Yes, what she said about that her cholesterol, she was made to do some tests, and suddenly she realized that her cholesterol has shown on the higher side. It's just as physical stress can alter the period patterns, so does mental stress. But it's somehow always, just because there is something that you can point a finger at towards physical appearance, that, okay, no, because you did so much, that is why your periods are altered. But nobody also sees that it's even like mental stress that can alter your period. But you can't give a physical form to it, which is why it is look like you look beyond it.
Thank you so much.
Sorry,
That's what sport gives you confidence.
Fortunate to have you. Yeah, thank you.
That's what sports does, not give them the confidence to be spontaneous.
Totally. So amidst all these wonderful women, we would like to now invite a man. No, Javed, you're next. Yeah. Who will talk on behalf of and for himself, being a spouse to, come here. Being a spouse to, so Javed and Jennifer run this amazing organic cafe called The Village Shop. And Jennifer is an autoimmune warrior. She has rheumatoid arthritis. She has had 3 joint replacements.
Yeah.
She has had 3 joint replacements. She is on the highest dosages of immunosuppressants, methotrexate, because of which there are complications that keep happening. But that doesn't stop her from that zeal. And this is that guy who just stands like that, and over to him.
So, yeah.
For the role of all the banks, gave her his hand when they walked around the cab. It was just so nice to see that.
I'm just, please, thanks, Rachna.
All the way to the shop.
So this is, I'm just a hand and feet, Jennifer's. You know, she is the mind, she is everything that all of y'all are talking about. Okay, she is the one who is, when you asked, how do you characterize her? Or is there one, this thing? There's no one character that I can think of, because she plays multiple roles. When Dr. Bhavna said, I can't think of a person who's got 10 hands in this thing. That's like Kali.
Yeah.
She will do everything that it takes to achieve the goal. Okay. And her principle, Jennifer's principle, is very simple. When you have a disease, okay, which is keeping you down, life should not keep you down.
Wow.
Okay. She will get up earlier than me, work harder than me, work longer than me. Okay. All I'm doing is helping her by being her hand and feet. That's it. And what we do is we run the village shop, which is again her brainchild. Okay. She started Bombay's first organic cafe, which was in 2013. Okay, 2016, we started the village shop. The food that you had was according to what Rachna wanted, which is all gluten-free, vegan, no chilies, no onions, nothing sour, things like that. But coming back to empowering women and equity, okay, as what does it take? From my perspective, all of y'all are, a man is not your enemy. Okay, just there's someone who said out here, if there are 10 people standing, 10 men in my way, I will go through them. But they're just, like I think Dr. Shilpa said, there are people who are not understood. Like women don't understand men so well, as you just need to ask, and then they will be the same. People will come together. So that's about it. Yeah. Anything? There's just one thing. Dr. Shilpa has, there was a topic wherein it was about nurturing. Pooja, I think, spoke about it.
Yes.
And Dr. Shilpa, if I may, there's a tattoo which he has, which is about a mother and child. So that is the subconscious engraving which goes into your body. And that's what the world needs. Yeah. Okay. Wow. So thank you for having me here. Thank you.
To continue this trend of male energy blending into feminine energy, I am just looking for Nikhil Arora. Nikhil.
Hi, Rachna. Hi.
Hi, Nikhil. So Nikhil is, as everyone can see Nikhil. Nikhil is has been MD of various companies, guys, and including WeWork, GoDaddy. We are grateful to him. He got us this space for this event, and he's joined right now. He's sitting in London, but he's waiting patiently for his turn to come to talk about the various challenges that we all face. Nikhil now, you know, after doing many roles, he's now also giving back. He's helping businesses grow. He's doing a lot of non-profit, helping NGOs grow. So over to you, Nikhil, on after hearing all this, what are the 3-4 things that you feel that as a non-gender experienced person that we all can do to get that equity that you spoke about in your quote?
Yes, thank you, Rachna, and it's been fabulous listening to many of you and Wabis who spoke about rugby before. I was honored enough to actually watch her play back in Odisha with Rahul Bose, and it was great to see so many women in actually sport like rugby, which was very inspirational. But I think there have been many themes which have been talked about, and I think just from both from a personal and professional perspective, I think 3-4 themes which helped me kind of become more aware to kind of drive this concept of equity within work environment and beyond was, firstly was, I think many of you talked about having that the family support and awareness, right? So I think from men's perspective, right, I think if in your household early on, if that environment is created where we as men are actually seeing that in role models in our father or brothers or other people, it helps us get a lot sensitive, and awareness drives that awareness that as we're growing up that we have to kind of create that equity environment as we are going into jobs, right? Because for me it was like I was a caregiver very early on because my mom was never well since childhood, and I could see my dad being a very active caregiver, and so it for me that role modeling really helped me then be very aware of the fact that I was growing up and then getting married and having my daughter and everything. That fact really stayed with me that there are no gender defined roles, but what is important is that also there is no level playing field called equality, because everybody is coming from different circumstances, everybody has different resources. So like when I was in when I'm running companies, just creating equality doesn't do anything, because you're providing, like for example, like taking the sports analogy, you open the playing field to everybody, but not everybody doesn't have the right shoes, right? You need to create, so you have to provide the right kind of resources to appropriately make sure that the success chances of everybody is the same. After that, it's their own hard work, right? So I think having that right role models, both personally in family and also professionally, is important. And one of the things in companies I've done is to identify these mentor groups. And the mentor groups are very critical, because mentor ultimately is a cliche concept, but when you're identifying mentor groups, those are the groups and those are the people who are actually carrying that torch of creating equity on a day-to-day basis, right? Because I think creating policies was great, but ultimately implementation comes down to people. And having the right set of people in like HR and similar functions, which will ultimately be responsible for creating equity, is key. Secondly, I think the ability to actually storytell success. Like this is a great platform, Rachna, you're doing storytelling, but I think having similar storytelling sessions within organizations and picking people from within the organizations who have a great story to tell is something, we started. And actually, WeWork was a great concept in that sense that, every Tuesday or something, there would be a lunch and learn event, which was ultimately meant to storytell somebody's success and somebody's story. I mean, it was so inspirational to, hear some of the stories in this session in the last hour. And so within our organizations as leaders, if we're very able to bring that out, right, it inspires so many other people and just forces people who are not thinking about making that change, right? Because their leaders ultimately come from very different backgrounds, especially men, right? I mean, there are some men who would have grown up not seeing equality or equity at all. I mean, that's the reality. And some men have. And the only way to change or trying to influence is for the leader at the top to make sure that, he is role modeling that. And two, you're making sure that, if that person is open to change, because sometimes, some men who have just have not been exposed to this equity, equality concept, may be open to change, but they have not seen what change looks like, right? So it's, I think somebody talked about household training and all that stuff, right? So in corporate world also, it's just exposing them to see that, what does it do if you're not creating equity, right? I mean, it's killing the organizational culture. It's, killing your retention rates. You're killing your, your attrition and so on, right? So I think storytelling is very important part of, having that success in an organization. And thirdly, I think, sorry, go ahead.
I just had a question about the storytelling and linking it back to what Dr. Shilpa said. And also what Kranti said, so have you in your experience seen that something doesn't exist, like Dr. Shilpa said, something doesn't exist because they haven't thought about it, and if you just ask for it, then it's most likely going to get implemented. So have you seen that as a pattern in a male dominated typical corporate where a woman asks for something and then there is less or no resistance? Any example you can share?
Yeah, so I think it's been a mixed bag. I think it comes down to, I would say, the management at the top, or ultimately the leader at the top, right? Like in sports, right? If the team leader is making sure that if there is a voice which needs to be heard and it's heard in the appropriate manner and it forces a change, then more voices will come out, right? And so like in my organization, like every organization I've gone in, mostly have been turnaround situations, other than exceptional WeWork, which was a startup, and which meant that half my team left when I came in, but that was okay, right? Because you need to get the wrong people off the bus and get the right people in the bus, and that was essentially, where the bold and courage decisions come in, because you're coming and declaring some guiding principles, and if in the guiding principles are not just something on the PowerPoint, right? Like every company has a mission, every company has a vision, but most of the times those mission vision are great, but they are ultimately, on a board hanging in the company. But if they are not executed or role modeled by the leaders at the top, they're meaningless, right? So to your question, Rachna, I think the only way to do that is you have to, as a leader, get very deep into it. It's not something you can leave it to the HR or leave it to the leaders. I would say, if you're running a company, that's the number one thing you need to get into, because it's all around people, right? I mean, if you're not able to create that change being on the top, then it's not going to happen. So I think one of the biggest principles I've learned is that, we are not here to create greatness in people. Greatness exists in all of us, right? All we are doing is we are just creating that environment to help them thrive and, succeed in greatness, what they have. And I think that, to me, is the job of a leader, to say, are you creating the right environment, the right process, the right comfort level? Because we're not going to make somebody genius. They're already geniuses, right? Everybody's born with a gift. You're just creating that platform to make sure that, they are able to succeed in that environment.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. I think we can't thank you enough for being here with us and for helping us make this happen. So just a big heartfelt gratitude from all of us for this.
Thank you, and great work. I think it's been a great discussion to hear so many new learnings I've had. I'm going to take back.
I'm sure it's for all of us, so thank you so much. Now moving on, I have with me Dr. Bani Yadav. By the way, guys, she's flown in all the way from Delhi, and with a delayed flight, she still managed to be here for the event. Now, Dr. Bani Yadav is India's fastest female motor rallyist. So we are an elite company today. What is more interesting is that she started this career of being a motor rallyist at the age of 44. So there is no starting time for absolutely anything. And this is where we want her to talk about how is she driving through this man's world.
Thank you so much for having me here. Thanks, Rachna. And I would like to really say the topic is very, very imperative and important in today's times, because equity is what we really look at. And especially if I bring it in the context of motorsports, we don't even get equality. Equity is something which is very far-fetched.
and giving equal opportunities and resources for women to flourish and to showcase their talent is a big question mark in motorsports. I would say I've been very lucky that my parents thought of equity and not equality. They have always given me the equal resources and opportunities to groom myself and to bring me to the level where I wanted to be. They have been supportive in terms of telling me that you are free to do what you want to do. And they have always imbibed in me that there is no difference between a man and a woman, or a girl or a boy. And I, being like a very naughty kid, I would always fight with my parents and say, "Nay, nay, you love my brother more." Even though I knew in heart that they always loved me more. But this was like, I was trying to build that gender bias myself. But having said that, I would still say that women in motorsport are very far and very few. And we have a long, long way to actually go ahead and prove ourselves. I've been lucky that I have a man standing behind me, my husband, who's been very, very supportive. And if my journey in motorsports has been possible, it's been because of him, entirely because of him. And I am married into a very orthodox family where equality is a very far-fetched situation. And there, for him to take a stand and tell everybody that she loves to drive. I've been driving from the age of 13. My father taught me driving. I picked up all the traits from him. And when he would be sleeping, I would take out his car on the sly and try my hands on it. And he would never get to know that I have banged it somewhere or I've taken it out somewhere. I would just quietly come and park it back. But my husband has been, I would say, my pillar of strength, where he stood up for me to tell everybody that this is what she loves. She has put everything on hold, all her dreams on hold, because she wanted to give time to the family, to the children. Now is the time when she can take a step back and live her dreams. And I think he took that step forward. He went ahead for a rally just to prove to everybody, to his family, to my extended family, that even though it's dangerous, it's something which one can enjoy. And with his support, I entered motorsports and I have not looked back. And yes, there was no equity, there were no resources. I had to really fight my way to come up, had to put in a lot of my own personal fundings. The amount of money which I spent in motorsports, I could have built 2 houses. It is expensive. And I have always had a challenge to prove myself in motorsports. People don't very easily take to a woman coming and beating them on the tracks. It's a male ego thing where they find that, oh, a woman, she's coming and beating me on the tracks. How? Why? You know, they'll get panicked. People, when they are competing with me on the tracks, because they panic so much, the male counterparts panic so much that they even crash, they overturn their cars because they are trying to beat me, and then they lose their focus. So focus has been very important for me. I have kept my senses totally in command, that I don't listen to people who try and pull me down, who try and backbite. So what I do as a stress buster for myself before going into any race or rally is that I go and sit in my car 45 minutes, half an hour before the race. And I roll up my windows and I don't listen to anybody. I don't talk to anybody. That's my time, me time. I'm talking to my car. I'm syncing my vibrations of the body with the car. I switch it on, I keep it on, and I sync my senses with the car so that when I go, I hit the start line, I am totally charged. My focus is absolutely at the finish line. So that's how I've been doing it. But again, there have been no resources. People do not want to bet or lay their money on women. They feel, no, soon she'll go away, she'll get married or she'll retire. For me, they don't want to do it because they say age is not on my side. And they don't want to bet their money on me, even though I've been proving otherwise. But still, that big question mark is there. Why her? I've been lucky enough to open the doors for a lot more women. There have been more acceptance of girls and young women coming into motorsports because I have tried to prove a point. And luckily, a lot of women are showing their skills on the tracks and proving that they are very good drivers, skillful drivers, and can prove themselves. And that is heartening to know. But still, I would want that we have equal resources. The corporates look at sponsorships for the women drivers also, which very easily comes for the male drivers. Everybody is willing to put money behind male drivers, even though they might be aging. I might be the same age or as many more drivers, but the money doesn't come in for me. Absolutely. So the bias is there. What is required right now for the bias to change is that we do a holistic approach where we also meet with corporates, educate them about why women drivers and why to put your money. And like somebody put here very nicely, that now we know about women cricket. We know the name of the captain of the women cricket, and it took 50 years. Same way, motorsports is on the rise in India. It was not very much in demand, but now people are understanding what motorsports is all about. And people are having acceptance. So we would want to push that women also are recommended and given weight and given importance, and they are also funded. And I think the whole challenge lies in the mindset. We have to change the mindset at home. I have started it at home with my children, that everything is equal and equality, equity, everything is same. You cannot be discriminating between what a girl gets and what a boy gets. I have 2 boys, grown-up boys. Right from the beginning, I've taught them that you cannot say that this thing a girl needs to do. So I've been blessed enough that both my boys can do the complete managing of the home, right from mopping, cleaning, washing, cooking. So the whole package of my family. So I have 3 male members at home, my husband and 2 boys. They manage the home, and I don't have to really worry that who's going to take care of the home when I'm away. Everything has been organized, has been delegated, that this is what you need to do, and this is what the maids or the house help need to do. So that the focus is there. And that's what I think every woman or a sports person would look forward to, that you don't really have to carry baggage. When you carry baggage, your focus is lost, and when your focus is lost, you are not able to perform. You're not able to achieve what you wanted to do. So the whole idea comes down to actually changing the mindset at home. When you do it at home, things start to change, because now both my sons treat their friends who are girls as equals, and they also give them that same opportunity to do what they wish to do. So the changing happens right from there. And that is what I think most of us should also do at home with our extended families. And that's where the change will start to happen. Thank you.
It's exactly like I think what Aradhana had started with, right? That women and women getting together and pursuing their passions will change the men around you too.
Yes.
It just happens as a extension of the work that you do.
Absolutely.
And Dr. Bani, what generally gets failed to address in most sports is that while women entering sports is a change for them, I think the sport also needs to change for them, right? As in
Absolutely.
the design of things has to become women friendly with our sizes, our weights, everything needs to be taken into consideration. And I think that's also an aspect which gets missed out in designing sports.
Yes.
So wrong. And it's very glamorous.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, ये तक पूरा खिला दी।
The entire.
अंदर खिलाया।
Yeah.
So I had,
अंदर खिलाया अंदर।
I was doing a rally called Desert Storm.
और एक काम कर।
Where I
कॉफी में रखा है।
tight strap which I
रखा है ना?
had, belts which I had, my whole shoulder blade had got cut and it was bleeding throughout
कॉफी में
the
ही है
rally.
ना?
By the end of the rally, there were
भी लेगा।
blisters all over.
एक कॉफी मग
it was
लेना।
bleeding.
एक मिठाई का बॉक्स लेना।
It was in a very bad state, but I was not willing to give up. That's me. I never give up. I am always there to prove that I'm always there to prove that I'm no less. If I am not better than you, I'm at least equal to you. And that's where I think I've been able to make a statement that even if you don't give me the opportunity, I will grab it from you.
That's really inspiring. And I think today we are talking about the equity bit so that the future generation doesn't have to face this, right? They don't have to prove anything. It just becomes an easy, flow of things. Just the way for a man doesn't have to prove it that I will show it to you. I can also drive. A woman, and I'm hoping that, you're that inspiring person who changes the sport and changes mindsets out there to believe that a woman doesn't have to prove it. She can do it anyways, if she just chooses to do. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Such a pleasure.
I just read out something so relevant. No one can make it easier without the concept. Yeah.
That's very true. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next with me, I have a very beautiful panelist, Ms. Sunita Bhuya. She's an HR by profession, but that's not why she's here. She is actually one of India's leading violinists. We can name a handful of them. I mean, trust me, when I heard that you're going to be on the panel, I actually went online to see, how many violinists, because I couldn't recollect a single name. And it's so amazing to have somebody like you with us today. You come from a beautiful family. She learned it from her own mom. She has been, she's received an award from Pope Francis himself in the Vatican City for her work on using therapy for underprivileged children for cancer patients and people with disabilities. And today she's going to bring in her beautiful music on our panel. I need the list to set up. Please, if you need help, just tell us. No, I just need to bring me up. So that, is there a way to get this a little up? Yes. You want to lift? Yeah.
Let's try this.
Multi-use things here now. Sandwich boxes are stable, right? Yeah.
Can everyone hear the sur?
Yes. No, I think this is perfect.
Yes. Also, see, I don't have the light behind me. So important. Yeah. Because then it's more.
That's why they didn't get there.
Yeah. Okay, I get to.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to my enabler today, Anju, AJ. So round of applause for him. Like doctor just said, you need so much time to get tuned with your instrument, right? So
There is nothing better than music. And scientifically proven everyone has any inflammatory condition.
So
husband always tells me, why does it take you so long? Once you've tuned, you've done a sound check for an hour, yet you do tung tang, this and that when you've gone live. I said, it's not a machine. It's like a human being. And today I see that most of the strings, though I had tuned it, there is some energy today. So I have a son who's 23 years old, and he asked me, Mom, what does born with a silver spoon mean? Why do you so casually say that you were born with a silver spoon? I said, I didn't mean the silver spoon of the riches. I meant the silver spoon of a gift that I got from my mother, because I was born from her, the gift of music. Hence, you know, it's such a challenge you must have seen across the creative industry. For people to be able to learn an art is such a huge challenge, because you need to go to gurus, you need to have the right kind of environment, you need to have a family to support you to learn a craft like music. A lot of families in rural India or even in urban India do not want their daughters to be a dancer or a musician, because you will get married, you won't be able to do art. But one part of the silver spoon was that my mother was a violinist. She's 81 years old. I am, because she is. And she recently got the Prime Minister's Amrit Award from the Sangeet Natak Academy. Though I feel it's very late, I feel it's very unjust and unfair that she didn't get when she was 60 years old, when she was in her form, and she had done all the contribution in the far corner of Northeast and taken an instrument like the violin, which is supposed to be only for the classes and for a classical audience. She took it to the Northeast. I feel it's unfair, but she says that awards don't come according to you. Like modern day gratifications, like you all take awards on your own. Awards come when the time is right. So that's one lesson I learned from her. The other golden spoon is that being from the Northeast, there is there's no dowry for women in the Northeast. Men give the dowry. Again, women are not activists and they're not all after the men, but the man shows his worth in a relationship to figure out that, am I ready to take the Lakshmi away from the house? So that's the other silver spoon that you have as a part of your upbringing. So till 29 years, I didn't know what adversity was. However, the violin, my biggest challenge was with the violin as an instrument. One was that, can she entertain? Like Dr. Bani said, you know, they're not ready to invest in a woman driving a car. You either have to be a Bollywood performer to entertain in India, and now, of course, you need millions of followers on Instagram and YouTube. I don't have either. Or you have to be very young and you can do anything on stage as long as you're showing that it is a great act, okay? No offense against that, but that's how the Indian, so-called culturity and the media looks at a performer. And violin is to make you cry. Violin is to be played in the background, melancholy, when the hero is pining for his lover or when there's a death in the scene of the film, right? So whilst I didn't have to battle with any kind of exclusion or gender bias for being an artist, and being an artist married to a family, thinking that would they support me? They don't have to support, but yet when you're in a partnership, you need a little bit of happy faces around you to leave home. Well, I still don't agree. I really don't like it when a lot of people say that your mom, Minoti, is so lucky that your father allowed her to do music. My blood boils. But yes, because my father was supportive, because he was kind, because he didn't make demands at the dining table that, I need a different dish every day, my mom was able to do all that she did with a lot of happiness. My struggle and challenge was with the instrument itself. Can you hear the notes of the Tanpura? These are the 2 star notes that are supporting me in this octave. Music is made of 7 notes. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa sa ni da pa ma ga re sa. And all the music in the world is made out of only these 7 notes. And what do we want in life? We want more out of what we have. What do businesses want? They want to create more with less. What does the health demand? We create more energy, more healthy cells in our body with what we already have. Just 7 notes, and all the music in the world, from rock to jazz to pop to classical, is made of these 7 notes. Hence, the biggest lessons of creativity are taught in classrooms across the world through music. Wish we have another forum another time where we can take you through that process. Music also impacts the mind and the body. Sound travels from the source across the atmosphere and reaches our brain. And as soon as we start responding to the stimulus, our brain sends signals to different parts of our body. And that's when we start producing the feel-good hormones, the endorphins. And Dr. Bhavna, Rachna, you know what endorphins do. They are the cells, healthy cells, hormones that regenerate the tired cells, create more healthier cells. And hormone of endorphin, along with the hormone of care and love and satisfaction, dopamine, oxytocin, caring, giving for someone who needs it. All these 3-4 hormones together arrest the hormones that age us and hormones that, bring us down. We don't want to talk about very technical terms because I'm not a doctor. That's the concept of music therapy. And I think for us as women and men and all genders, our own energies and the way we use it to create more positivity and to create more healthier cells is something that we are in control of. Hence, not just music is one of those platforms where you don't have to pursue and be a musician or an artist. You can get the benefit of music by listening to it, by hearing it. Hence, there are different ragas at different times of the day. While meditating during the day, in the evening, there are morning ragas that impact on diseases like arthritis. There are evening ragas that help you relax and get your blood pressure down. However, music cannot join bones. You've got to take medical help. Music can help in recuperation. After all the treatment is over, a chemotherapy of a patient is over. I've had the privilege of working with terminally ill cancer patients. A lot of feel-good energy flows within the body of the recuperating patient. And hence we use music therapy, group therapy, art, dance. Dance mudras are amazing for people to, mobilize various nerves in the body. These are 7 notes. If we give these notes to a guru, he or she will create a rag. Sa re ga pa ma ga re ga pa ma ga ma re sa ni da ni sa ni da pa ga pa da ni sa re sa. Rag Bilawal. Give these same 7 notes to a music director in Bollywood. The world is about domain, right? We look at everything based on what our craft is, right? I'm sure Dr. Bani will look at everything in the form of an automobile because that's your craft. I will look at everything in the form of the 7 notes, and so would it be for each of you, whether technology, finance, sports. But there is form in everything we do. And our domain determines how we represent the form. So if you give these to a music director in Bollywood, let's see, can he use the same 7 notes? Sa re ga pa ma ga re ga pa ma ga sa pa ma re ma ga sa pa ma re ga ma ga sa ni sa re piya bole sa kya ye bole janu na jiya do. Thank you. Is there a way to lift this further? These were beautiful. The romantic song made with a lot of thought. तो सात सुर तो होगा इसमें. Anything beautiful will have music. But what about a song in the cabaret, in the club? Does that have 7 notes? Sapa, the reason the sapa, the reason the pare, de gama pare, gama pama ga pare, gama ga pare sa. Which song? नहीं 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 ये बातें हैं पुरानी है कैसी पहेली है ये कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी Look at the rag again here. So as we moved from a rag to a song, to a cabaret, it had the same rag and the 7 notes. We need to be ourselves in whichever form we move. So us, our DNA, our craft, our philosophies, our ideologies, our values have to be there. We cannot compromise on ourselves when we present ourselves to the world. So, and the biggest lesson of inclusion comes in with these 7 notes, whether it's a bhajan in a temple, something in the church, in a film, in a cabaret, in a Tapori street song. Time is like 3 o'clock, right? Rag Vimpalashri is used for a lot of rehabilitation clinics for depression because it increases the metabolism in the body. Nisa ga ma pa ma pa ga ma ga re sa ni pa ni sa ga re ni sa sa ni ni sa 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 ga re de de sa ni ni sa 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 ga re sa 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 ni ni sa 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 ga ma de de sa ni ni sa 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 ga re sa 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 tu cheez badi hai mast mast tu ni sa 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 ga re sa 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 Okay, in Tal mein dijiye. Let's see how agile. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ni sa 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 ga re de sa ni sa 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 ga re sa 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 sa. Now sing with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ni sa ga ga ga. Tal mein. Sa ga ma ma ma. Ga ma pa pa pa. Ma pa ni 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 ni. Pa ni sa sa ni sa sa ni sa ni sa. Pa ni sa ni sa sa ni sa sa ni sa ni sa. Ni sa ga ma pa pa ni sa ni ga pa ga ma ga re sa ni sa sa ga re de tu cheez badi hai mast mast sa ni sa 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 fast. Our Bollywood numbers, but it doesn't have to be a language or Bollywood. Even Hollywood has the 7 notes, Mozart has the 7 notes, no matter where we come from, what language we speak. It's the way we express our form that creates the difference. Sa, 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 ni, sa, sa, ni, sa, re, ga, re. Sa, 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 ni, sa, pa. And to end it, you've got to tell me which Mozart piece this is. You would have heard it a lot, but I have not been trained in Mozart. I've been trained with, oh, my mother was very progressive, from Progressive Assam, but she was very strict when it came to her daughter. Though she was completely, yeah, when it came to her daughter, I was allowed to only go out and on tours after I got married. So, you know, I say that's one thing that is not like an artist or a progressive human being who did something so many years back. With her own daughter, all mothers become a little possessive, little different. Sa ni sa re ga pa ma ga re sa Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Seriously? You're coming for our awards, okay?
Okay, of course I will.
December 2nd.
This is, I think by the time I walk out of this room, I'm only a couple of inches taller. I'm so proud of each one of you out here. Thank you for just, I mean, help, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. It's amazing.
My son says that, thank you. But why do you have to play Mozart, mom? You're not trained in it. Because he is a trained Western classical pianist, stays in London. I said, I don't care. सात सुरी है. हम अपने स्टाइल में Mozart बनाएंगे. आपको नहीं सुनना है, मेरे साथ मत बजाओ. You know?
All the time and the setup that you got here, because
Yeah, going back and forth, she said, I want a mic. I said, it's a small room, don't worry. It's all right. That's amazing.
Thanks for adjusting the mic.
It's not enough for us.
I'm going to put that part now.
Yes,
One of them.
please enjoy yourself. They're delicious. So. And it's very interesting that our next panelist, you know, that I'm going to call upon here. We've all gathered here talking about equity, equality, space of women in a man's world. I have somebody with me who wants to talk about a trans woman in a woman's world. Okay, so I'm very proud to have Maya here with me today. Maya is the CEO and co-founder of Tweet India. Tweet India is a foundation that works in the space of providing equal opportunities, whether it's education, health, or even job opportunities for trans men and trans women out there. We are very, very proud to be associated with Maya and her wonderful work. And like I said, I think when we talk about our challenges in that limited space of being in a man's world, I think there's a whole different take that we could hear from Maya on a trans woman in a woman's world. So over to you, Maya. Thank you so much.
First of all, can you hear me? Thank you, ma'am, for making the room so relaxed with her music. So First of all, I would like to thank Rachna Chachi and Rachna Restore for inviting me, and this is what Real the Equity talks about. I would like to give one life example of equity. Last week, we have national event of transgender employment Mela, where we have placed 50 transgender in corporates in MNC. So this is within 2 months only time. So this is what we are talking about, creating an equity environment within the space of men, women, and other space. So before I will put this thing very short, but in 2 divisions. One is about what a trans really means. And second, I want to see how a trans can inspire not only a trans, but other human beings also. Sorry, I'm putting human being because I don't believe in binary, trinary, polymery. Okay. So we have to very much, and one more thing. Thank you, Rachna ji, because trans women or transgender can't speak English. This is the myth which I will break it right now. This is what I'm doing it. So most of the important thing is not talking about men, women, trans, other, whatever. But what I want is let's start with consider as a human. Because when you consider a trans person as a human, because trans is a big umbrella, there are lots of identity comes within the trans. But then when you understand a trans as a human, then only their human rights come, their legal rights come, the constitutional rights comes. But if you don't consider them a human, you can't do any of this. For getting the symbol or the just identity of a human, it took 75 years of independence and 112 years of Women's Day celebration for us to come down and talk with you guys here. It was heart bleeding to say on 70th years of independence in 2014, we have to go and knock the door of Supreme Court, the highest court of the India, and say, give us a recognition. Where we have our recognition in mythological books, we have recognition in any of your granthas you pick up, any of your Bible, Quran you pick up, everywhere we have been quoted. But due to the colonization of Tribal Act and Section 377, we were taken very far away from the being a human being also. So this is one thing. And major problem with now society is that, as doctor said, sex. For me, sex is not the performing act. For me, sex is what between your legs is. And we have to define, there is a confusion between sex, gender, and sexuality. Because normally sex and gender is something which get collide all the time. So I give you one mantra, simple mantra, a 2-second mantra to understand sex, sexuality, and gender. The mantra is, gender is here, sexuality is here, and sex is between your legs. That's the simplest way of understanding sex, gender, and sexuality. And this is what I always preach people about.
Admitting the person, please continue.
So this is what I always preach people about, understand between sex, sexuality, and gender. Because unless you don't do it, you can't understand gender, you can't understand sexuality, you can't understand human being as person. Because sexuality was crime in India, which got decriminalization. Gender gave the recognition by Supreme Court. Then the act came. Why do require the act for a third person? I'm going to say, you don't have to define act or the rule of being a trans person. And the irony of it is Supreme Court says something else and the act says something else. Supreme Court says that you can do a self declaration about your gender, where the act say that your gender to be defined by the district collector and district magistrate. Who are they to define me as a third gender? And top of it, first gender, second, third gender, who gave this order? When we say we are union of 2 body or 2 soul, men and a woman, why can't be the first gender? why I have to be a third gender, be a trans man or trans woman. जैसे सुबह से बोला गया है कि we are women, we are more powerful, we can compete with men. I'm going to say we are, sorry to please all the feminists, please excuse me for this statement, that we are much powerful than any man or woman, because we have a soul of a man and a woman both, whether be a trans man or trans woman. So this is what I want to bring it up as a trans person. And when I mean to say that I want to define transgender, I don't want to go with the theoretical definition, but this was my theoretical definition. This was my definition how to define transgender, because this is something you can't read on the books. This is something you can't read on the internet. So that's what I thought of bringing it up to you. Second thing is, how can we inspire people? One thing in what I believe in, one thing very close to my heart is like, believe in yourself, embrace yourself. So when I identify myself, I was always blamed until today. I will blame, like, look your body. I'm going to say it's going which way. You have to slim down. Look the way you put a sari. I like, that's your lookout. I like to be like this. I'm embracing it. I love it. Because when the time I embraced my gender, there was lots of people to talk about it. Now I broke the stereotypes. I am doing it. So whether my sari is not perfect like a woman or any single trans woman, but I embrace it. So one is that thing. Important thing is we want love, not the hate. For the only reason, for many years and centuries, we have not been getting this love from near dear ones, family, friends, extended family. And that's what I was discussing with Rachna Chachi, like, one thing what you can do, again, a Guru Mantra. I'm coming with lots of Guru Mantras. So one Guru Mantra again, how to spread love. Please don't give lots of money. Don't give lots of gifting, because वो आते हैं काय के लिए, भीख मांगने के लिए. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. What you have to do is, just whenever a trans person come, because the first thing what the picture comes in a trans person is like, when you say trans, the first thing is like, Chakka, Ijra, Mamu, all those things come in your mind. But it's not like that. Like, one who beg on the street, when she comes to you, instead of giving you 10 rupees, you just ask, or putting up the glasses of your car up, just ask, Pani piya kya, khana khaya kya? Or if you have a water of your, you just give it to the person. Trust me, my number is Rachna Chachi. You can get back to me on this formula. Next day, when you move to that signal, the person will not ask money whether Didi kaise ho, bhai kaise ho. So this is the one Guru Mantra of how to deal with, because we are very violent, we are outspoken, we are abusive, but these are the mantra to keep the things down. And last is, Dr. Ma'am said from the Marico that apni jagah banani chahiye. I believe apni jagah banane ke liye, you have to create your own enabling environment. And it is never given. It's never given to you. For women, it is a sort of a privilege, but for trans, it's not. So what we do is we create our own enabling environment. And when we create our enabling environment, we excel in our work, whatever the work we do. It's been, my organization been only 5 years, but we have done a project with government. We run a shelter home. We have created because of this ideology of working towards a human being, we able to secure a good place in the corporate and able to complete 50 placement, 50, and in fact, this entire month it's going to be, it may go beyond 50 also. So these only when possible because we have created an environment for ourselves and our trans fellow sisters and brothers. So this is the only note from my side. Thank you.
I think on behalf of every single person out here, I want to say that I love you. It's like I said, we get so lost in these divisions that we've been placed in, and we start looking at just my victimhood or my issues, my challenges, my pain. We forget that in the end, we were created as a community, and there are so many people out there, like she said, the human beings, right? this whole division on whose right is bigger than whose right. In my little world, it looks big enough to me. When I look out, I realize, oh my God, I am also marginalizing somebody. So I think it was important to have someone like Maya come here, shake us up and say, okay, women, great that you all are women, okay? But look outside too. Your power is required to also help a lot of people that you are probably marginalizing, who are not there in your, it's not, nobody's doing it on purpose. They're just not there in your vision. And it's high time we started that inclusively. So thank you, Maya. Thank you for bringing that one.
I kind of always hold back to say when I feel really, but just listening what you shared, man, thank you so much. I'm very proud to say I have two friends, okay, who are trans women, and they are really talking about it into the world. And I remember this back was 40, and I didn't even have the understanding of the 18-year-old. I would go for my dance class and I'm really great, and every day there was this lady called Marvin. And one day, she would come and nothing, just come and say hi, how is you? And we became friends, and for 3 years, we would get gifts for her, and she never asked for money. Every time she said, "Here's my gift," she would bless. So I'm very proud that I have that.
So endearing. Thank you so much. Now on, yes, please, please.
I want to speak on towards the work that Maya has been doing about these 50 placements that have come up. And because the organization I work with, there's a lot of fundamental people who get placed and get opportunity. But because we are not in that world actively, it's very imperative to continue to hold safe space for those who do get that placement.
Right.
Because maximum dropout rates also from the trans community because there is no safety. I had a trans friend who essentially for the traditional way decided to wear a manga. And then, was beaten up, that gave us that. So the creation, the opportunity is being created, but it's very imperative in all this conversation.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Next, I have with me a very young legal buzz. This is Athira, our very own legal head. And she's going to touch upon an important topic which may seem a little easy for us, I mean the women in this room, but this conversation has to go beyond. And she's going to talk about how women view their legal rights. Because even today, I know whether, no matter which class of the society you belong to, when it comes to your legal rights, we're still very unsure. We are still very devoid of the information. We are still devoid of the belief that anyways there's a legal recourse. So that's the reason why we have Athira here to speak to us about it. Please.
Hi, good afternoon, all of you. And it's been so, as a so-called modern young girl who comes from a relatively modern family, I've never been made to feel, any less. Me and my brothers, we're all treated alike. We're all treated with equality. And when we're having this discussion about having this event, Rachna ma'am told me what's the, when she said this is the topic, equity, not equality. I realized that, and now when I hear all of you, I realize the importance that, women are not the same as men. We are different, we are gifted, and we must embrace that and use it to our advantage. And I'm a lawyer, so I was really wondering what I can add to this room that all of you already don't know. It's a very aware room, I understand that. So, like Bhavna said, that no matter which class you come from, we always are scared of going to court or taking any legal action. The thing is, for so many years since our independence, women have fought for their rights. And today, at least on paper, so as to say, as a law student, we are given the rights. We are equal in the eyes of law, if not treated better. So I think we need to understand that we do have legal recourses. And I remember having this conversation with Bhavna where she said, you know, when two men get into a fight or there's a conflict or two companies get into a conflict, the first recourse is always the legal recourse, or they want to go to the police station. But when a woman is in trouble or she is faced with a conflict, she first goes to somebody who, you know, she thinks she'll go to her friend or her mother or her father. And they'll all, the first reaction is, it's okay, hota hai. So, and nobody tells that to a man. They always say ki, ja maar de, four de, go to the police station. So I think that needs to change. And I think we need to be confident that if we think that something's wrong and something wrong has happened to us, we need to have the courage to take the step to say, no, this is what has happened. And I have this recourse, this legal recourse, and I have the right to take it. So yeah, that's what I want to say, that, you know, the biggest fear is fear itself. And if you feel like something wrong has happened, you must take legal action. If you think that is the best way forward, don't let anybody tell you that theek hai, koi baat nahi, hota hai. So yeah, that's what I had to add.
Pooja could probably share her experience with being from the social enterprise space and working in the space that you are. I'm sure legal recourses much more often than what probably we have. So it's more than what is your experience dealing with legal systems? So that yes, knowing how legal rights is very, very different. But what is always, it's like I stand on and I'm being abused by police, I'm being abused by department people, and you are chosen to go and fight, and oftentimes that's what you get told. You want to take on the Ministry of Defense, you want to take on the department, and my answer was the case. But the point is not getting a response from you. You make sure that, I mean, my case has been sitting in court for like 5 years. And I'm probably only over this, including sitting there, all the legal, systematically. But say when I had I was very 900. I went to visit several days, and then I went to look up law, and I really thought to myself that I'm empowered enough and I have if I don't speak to it, I'm just living both the voices.
Yes.
Never feels. And I remember after I tried to complain and it was finally giving the unfortunately the first people that was up activist manager by this. But we can't believe how many people called us and even self, we don't know how to go to somebody, how do we call on it? Going out of the nights and always having one friend in the royal.
And I think what becomes more unnerving is the conversation always moves to a woman's character, right?
Yes.
Because if it goes to the legal domain, the first question raises character. That's the biggest issue.
The media people call this case. I said, why? Then because we put the section of already modesty for women, which is equal to almost rape. And this is how it becomes over this. I'm not ashamed of what happened. I need victim protection. This is you won't take her into. That's just who you won't take my. I don't want to be on TV who want me to hide my face because I'm supposed to be some sort of so that was the only people they want. Either go to the case or go straight to the So this is fascinating to watch.
Yes.
So we all need lawyer friends.
Bhavna and I know a lot of these, we a lot of corporate.
Yeah.
So I would say whenever we meet Akhila and we say, she's our legal and admin head. And suddenly they start getting a little query.
That's true. Yes, I think they wanted to say something.
The jobs that I was doing with a startup where, you know, the average age of the office is probably 25, 26. And when I joined, there was just 3 women in the office and like 15, 20 boys. I have to say boys. Because the culture of the office is very like mature in college. And that's how we felt. And we felt like we don't have any space in this office. But at one point, there was a disagreement with me with another comment where a comment was made on the way I was dressed. And this was a break, like a child break that we were taking, and general conversations were happening. And because my thought was a little lower, the comment was made that, I can see your cleavage and that distracts me from my work. Maybe you shouldn't wear such clothes to work. So for that moment, I was like, what am your friend? I don't sit next to you. I don't think we have that kind of, rapport for you to make that comment. The way it was said, it's what I think for my teenage friends, but I was like, wait, that does not make sense at all. I'm surprised it still happening, but, wrong with that. And then after that, I decided to officially file a complaint. Because I said, very good. There's one more female in the office, and there's a girl who's 18, right? She's still a student, she's an intern in this office. What if this happens to her tomorrow? Because I know I can, talk back to this woman. I can show his face, I can say it in front of 10 people today, but I don't know if she will be able to do it tomorrow. So I decided to file a complaint with the founder. At that point, there was no wash committee in the office. My complaint was not taken as seriously. Initially, I was told, that's not bringing out, but I'm sorry, that's not used for that behavior. He needs sensitization training. And that's the answer I should be receiving from you. And I will also accept an apology. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not accepting any apologies from him. He has to change his behavior. And if he doesn't change his behavior, I need him to be terminated from his office, or I'm leaving. And if I leave the office, better come, I know that. So I knew I was indispensable at that point. So I could use that leverage. And 2 months later, there was some public scene that happened, a lot of aspects and everything. Within the community that we operated, not within our office, but that incident, because it got covered in papers, etc., helped other colleagues support my case, and other male colleagues supported me because I entrusted them with what happened. And then that pushed for a wash committee in the company, and there was a sensitization training for the entire office, because I realized that I have worked in corporates, most of them have not. They are just starting their careers, or they've always been a startup space. So they have not gone through these things where certain formalities that need to be done for safety of women. And that's how I decided that I will never keep quiet if there's something wrong. Because I saw that change. Like I said, if I keep pushing it, that change will come, because I had originally given up. I said, I need to bring allies in. I need to have everybody who's willing to stand by me to bring them in and then push that case as much as I can. And that happened, and that was one of nothing happened to the person that made that comment. But at the same time, everybody kind of looked at it slightly differently. Because there were feelers that something happened, right? So that kind of helped people just move forward with little more confidence. More women were brought into the workforce after that. There were more women on the floor. So it just kind of felt like, I had kept quiet and kind of said, it's just an offhand comment. I have given it back to him, let it go. And I had not chosen to push it easily. I think things will not happen.
And I think the most important part, right? Taking the first step. The recourse is, of course, it's not in our hand, but what was in your control is to take that first step to call that guy out. Now, at least, even if he's not behind bars, at least he's going to think about it twice before he does it again to anybody and make like a snarky comment like that.
Like Pooja just said, right? From our positions of privilege, we create those spaces for other women to participate.
Yes.
Fantastic. Yes, ma'am.
So, legally, when we talk about these favorable decisions or taken care by police or legal authorities. So what we do is we started getting two concepts. One is developing the paramedical branch. So they can diploma help to the underground people. Second is developing within the other organizations in states and cities, trans legal aid media. So these are two things we have started, and also with the Legal College of Law, we are developing the handbook of legal rights. So these are the
Wow.
things we are hoping to Under a shelter home, and trust me, 8 times I have been called by police. There is a multiple case on me of kidnapping because these kids run away and come to my shelter home because they don't have safe space in their home. So I've been have a case of kidnapping, I have a case of theft because मेरे पैसे मंगाए उनसे ज्वेलरी मंगाई, and then sex work करवाती हूँ मैं because I can run my marriage. So these are already cases there. So this is the way I thought like other organizations can deal with it if we develop a paralegal candidates for organizations.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Athira.
Bhavna.
Other Bhavna. There's a lot of Bhavnas. There are two Rachnas, Rachnas, Bhavnas.
We're coming to the end of a wonderful evening, afternoon evening. This is the second last session. So,
And here I have the beautiful Bhavna, the other Bhavna with me. Okay. Other beautiful Bhavna. Yeah, I like to give you. Yes. And so she's here in her capacity to speak as a warrior, as a survivor. How she has navigated through an illness, has held her own as a professional, has held her own as an entrepreneur, and made it looking like this. Okay. So over to you, Bhavna.
Okay, hello, everybody. This whole, day has been very overwhelming. So, I start only with an emotion, but nevertheless, yeah. So, it all was started with equity and equality, so vice versa. So, I heard Rani, and I think it was very overwhelming to, kind of know that we are fighting, but there is a, I think the most important thing which I think we all need to take away are two things. One is communication, and secondly, embracing community at large. I think that's what I'm taking, with me. Coming to my journey, it's been an extremely, what would I say? Not strugglesome, but it's been always a fighter. I've been a rebel at the age of 15, and I always stand for, logics. I always stand for equality. And that's probably been the biggest, learning also, and the hindrance both as a woman. Like I said, started that I was married at 18, 19, I was a mother, and 22, I was divorced with an extremely difficult marriage. Like a doctor said that, it's always, if a woman has a support system, whether it's your parents, whether it's your husband, children, it just shines you out. Unfortunately, I did not have any. My biggest support is my daughter today, but there's been a journey. So, yeah, with a 4-year child, I walked out. And that's where the journey started. I came to Mumbai. I'm not from Mumbai, I'm from Bhopal. And here I went into the entertainment industry, where I started my career. I have 25 years been in the business as a filmmaker. I started as a writer, moved on to doing various other, portfolios. But there was, like I said, you were in a man's world. Today we have a lot of women, but like she said, that I'm a trans woman fighting with the woman world. There has been a fight at both ends, especially in this business. I think Kranti will second it, because there's always a room. I love the way she said that, you need to create your space. Unfortunately, probably I took a lot of learning to get to understand that, you need to make your presence felt. I was this small town girl trying to understand. So it took a while, and somewhere all that toll, all that pressure led me to, a breaking point. In 2017, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. It was 3rd stage. I was working. I've always been a workaholic. Maybe I'm conditioned like that because you're fighting a battle from a very young age. So 2017, I was at the workspace. My doctors pushed me, go and get yourself checked because I was getting a kind of a severe acidity, which had never happened. Rightly, Priyanka said that how sports help. So sports has helped me. I was a Kabaddi state level champion in my school. And I've always been a fit person, irrespective of all the, the kilos which have come on me. But I've always been a very active person. I used to work almost 20 hours a day, for a consecutive 20 years of my life. I had a child, and it's a kind of a constant, effort to make the best of it. Hence, so in 2017, I was diagnosed. So it hit me. It hit me. Those 2 days, I remember I did not share it with my daughter. I did not share it with anybody. I just went to my guy, and I'm a person who likes to do everything myself. So I went to my gynecologist also myself. And then he says, why have you come alone? I said, oh, I didn't know I was supposed to get somebody with me. And the reports were there. And he took like 5 minutes to tell me that, how do I start the conversation? And I said, go ahead. You have to tell me, am I surviving or not? Or am I dying tomorrow? He said, no, it's not the case. So he was being nice to me and, making me understand that you've been diagnosed with cancer and, the whole story behind it. I said, go ahead, doc, just tell me what exactly is the position. And he was very surprised. There is this woman who's at the 3rd stage and she's out there saying, tell me if I'm going to be alive tomorrow or not. I just have, and I told him so my only tool biggest in my life is my communication. I'm right point blank upfront. And I like people who come and tell me, okay, you're useless. I'm okay with that. But if you go around and beat around the bush, I have a problem. So I told him, and he said, you will have to decide. You have just, the sooner the better. You need and it's a major surgery. I said, I'm sorry, I'm in middle of work. You need to give me this whole month. And he said, you've lost the plot. I said, no, I haven't lost the plot. I have 200 people working with me. I have a commitment and I need to finish or at least streamline that before I get into this. Because then he gave me the picture that you cannot work for 1 year. You will go through chemotherapy. And I said, you're talking bullshit. I will not take the chemotherapy. I said, you have to understand, you'll be immobilized. All that happened. And 2 days, I said, okay, on Monday, I will give you, this happened on Friday, Monday, I said, I'll come back to you and I'll give you the date. He said, okay, you decide the date. And I said, okay, month end, we will do this surgery. And he looked at me, do you really want to take that, 20 days also to, go through, because this can burst and that can be very fatal to you. I said, yeah, I need to take this 20 days. So that's how I have conducted my life. I was, completely homebound for 1 year. I tried a lot, first chemo, second chemo, third chemo. Every time I would I'll bounce back, but it wasn't happening. My body was not allowing me to, move forward. So the moment that happened, first thing you said, okay, just accept it. And trust me, I was told I'll have some 8 to 10 chemos. I was stopped at 4. He said, your body is recovering. It's almost recovering. You don't need, because you really brought that willpower out there. Because I used to go to chemo. I would see this whole thing in Nanavati. They're all women, men, across having chemo. You're there for 8 hours to get that. And then you go through it, for another 21 days. And by the time you are recovering, you're again into the same situation. And that is where I saw, there was an 80-year-old woman, there was a 70-year-old man who were going through this. And I was like, why am I, fighting this, that I will not have, let me embrace. And trust me that embracing and accepting, and all credit goes to my daughter, Bharti. She has been the most patient and most supportive person on this planet for me. She took all the shit from me. She took all the irritabilities, everything. And this child grew in that 6 months. She became a extremely matured woman who looked after. Yes, she became my mother. And she still continues to be my mother. But now she tells it. And that's where it hit me that what am I doing? Why have I spent, and it actually happened, I celebrated my 50th birthday and I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. And I'd gone to Tirupati, shaved my head. I didn't know that cancer will take away all my hair. So that was, and that's how it all started. And I said, what am I running for? Who am I trying to validate? Like you said rightly, why are we trying to prove the world? What are we trying to prove? In a man's world, I'm trying to say, I'm better than you guys. But I don't need to do that. And that's where the whole conversation with my own self started. And then pandemic hit it. By the time I was recovering, I went twice into COVID. I had COVID twice. So my body went through a lot of, and these were all, I think, signs of that 20 years of suppression or that agony or that anger, everything, you're always trying to put, competitive right there ki, guy, बॉस मैं तुमको दिखा सकती हूँ, लेकिन वो दिखाने के चक्कर में जिंदगी चली गई, और वो जिंदगी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. So then pandemic gave you this whole, introspection, sitting, spending time with yourself, because you were homebound, you had nothing else to do but talk to yourself, to your body. And I'm still in the process of healing. I still go through agony, pains, aches every morning. I have a lot of, even though I'm a yoga practitioner from the age of 13, my mother had put me into yoga. I love that space to be, but still the body has taken so much toll that it has affected you mentally as well. The only thing I probably have an asset with me is that I don't give up. I start every morning with a day, I'm going to make it. And irrespective of the situations, irrespective of all the pressures I do go through, I always said, okay, tomorrow is a new day. And this conversation I have started with myself now more. Whenever there is a roadblock, I always make it a point that I have to say, Bhavna, this is just another hour or another day or another few hours to go. Tomorrow is going to be something new. And this conversation is helping me to cope up with all my illness and mental health, which is really like, bombarded and, charred, and everything has happened in over years. And this also gave me an opportunity to look at brighter. So today I'm very proud, and again, all credits to Bharti, that I have started a new, vertical of my life, or say a new phase of my life, where I have become an entrepreneur. I've started working with artisans and communities, promoting handlooms in India. And my brand is called Button and Butter. I'm taking this opportunity because I want all of you to go and, please see it. Even if you don't follow, appreciate it. So, and see what I'm doing, because my purpose is now to reach out and give back to all the people out there. Of course, cancer is something very close to my heart, because now I only keep looking, or maybe God sends also people. I'm trying a very little way to help people, not medically, but just emotionally and morally, and be there for them. I've done many of them in this 4-5 years, where I've at least put them to the right doctor, to the right, support system, so that they are encouraged and they don't give up. Because cancer, the moment you hear, the first thing comes is you are dying tomorrow. There's nothing else happen. So this, new phase of my life I've started, and I hope to, take this forward. And thank you so much. And thank you to Rachna, Dr. Bhavna, especially Palak out there, because she reached out to me. And all of you women, you guys are doing commendable, but I think we just need to become one community and not, just look at men, women, others. I think we all need to be just more compassionate and more resilient towards human race. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is so interesting. Every single one of us talked about, I was a rebel, I fought the system, I was like this, I was brought up like that. So there's a science to this entire thing. As a student of, and Dr. Dipti probably would know it better, as student of preventive and social medicine when we were doing PSM in school, when you read the statistics, statistically, whenever the environment becomes very harsh, let's say, there's a drought or there's a famine, there will be more girls who take birth. Statistically, the first year, infant mortality that we call, that is death in the first year, is higher among boys than it is among girls. So it is inherent in us to be rebels.
Yeah,
On our 2 days back on our mental health platform, Anhari, there was a research published where if the woman is more stressed during pregnancy,
yes,
she's more likely to have a girl.
So there's a reason why we are what we are.
I've had the most stressful pregnancy of my 9 months, and I could not think of another child because that 9 months was like a nightmare. And trust me, I'm so blessed. I feel in that trauma also, I've brought the most beautiful child on this planet.
Sure.
I'm very proud of it.
Please remember, I treat cancer patients every day. Ovarian cancer is one of the most difficult cancers to overcome.
Yes.
And here she is.
And I've been given a clean chit by my doctors.
So wonderful. So wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. With that, we come to the closing of this session. We got a lot of pushback when we announced that we are going to do this session, that there is this tribe here, you know, all of us who are in their 20s, 40s, 50s, 50s, who are wonderful, who are always partying while they are working and are rocking. So we were asked this question when we put out the first post, and then I was compelled to put out the second post saying how to rock your 40s and 50s, because a lot of women out there want to know that, you know, yes, we feel empowered. Yes, we have our rights. Yes, we know how to do our work or seek help for our emotional work. But there is that attitude of youth. So, you know, when you said that average age was 25, our mental average age is definitely 25.
Sometimes 18.
Yeah, sometimes 18. Yeah. The simple aspects of each one of us, you know, even if you're in your 20s and 30s and 40s, 50s, 60s, to rock your whatever age that you are is to embrace it.
Yeah.
It's the biggest thing, you know. I went through menopause during the pandemic, and I've had the best time of my life after menopause. To everyone, please just make sure that you embrace whatever stage you are in. It took me a long time to just accept that I have to buy one size bigger. At that time, it was 2 sizes bigger. Now it's come down to 1 size bigger, because I was quite petite before the menopause happened. And then I was uncomfortable with the weight. And then now I'm like, it's okay. I'm still going to have a blast. The 40s literally liberated me. At 38, I had healed myself from my rheumatoid arthritis. So I walked into the 40s saying, I can do anything. And a similar thing happened to Bhavna, which she will share.
Yes. And in fact, 38 was exactly the age where I think was a very defining moment for me. And Bhavna, I don't just share a name with you. I think I share the similarity that I also walked out with my 4-year-old. And I decided I will not be a statistic of domestic violence. I will do something more than that. So we share more than, you know, just the name bit of it. Thank you so much. I don't really talk about it. And these guys always say, why don't you talk about it? I'm like, because you know what, like she said, I don't feel like the victim. I took a choice, you know, so it was a choice. Yeah. So I never look at it. And maybe again, that's the ecosystem which was around me, which never let me feel that I was a victim of something. I just made a choice, you know. So I think for me as a woman, there were 2 defining moments. One was when I had my child, and second was when I turned 40. I had my child, and I think it broke me down completely. It broke me down physically as a difficult pregnancy. It broke me down emotionally, financially, everything. I had to quit my job, everything. My whole identity came crashing down, which was a good thing, because also a lot of my held beliefs and patterns, and I have to be strong and I have to be delivering something to be worthy, came breaking down into shatters. I literally broke down. And like I said, I broke down on the physical level, which is like the last and final level when I met Rachna. And I said, oh, there's a problem physically, where I was still not ready to identify the emotional problem or the mental problem of it. And we walked through that. Thankfully, at 38, when I made that life-changing decision of starting life from scratch all over again, where I could now build it my way, I did that. And when I hit my 40s, it was life-changing, because in my 40s, I think the three most important things that happened to me were, number one, I accepted myself the way I was, because that Shahenshah and Simran, which never met, was always a conflict for me. I'm like, Arey, but I want this also and I want that also. But the world told me you can either be this or that. You can either be an introvert or you can, be an extrovert with people. But I'm like, no, I like my me time. I like to clam up if the energy is not right. I will be an introvert at that time. But then there are people who just bring it out in me and I want to be an extrovert. Then I was not fitting into any of the definitions. So I think by the time I reached 40, these girls had helped me believe that theek hai, sari personality leke chalte hai na? You don't have to leave any of them behind. The second thing that happened was I think I embraced my femininity in a big way. For the longest time, I was a tomboy. For the longest time, I hid behind trying to be very non-specific about, my gender dressings, in the gender addressing, because I believe maybe that was a weakness. At that time, I thought moving through the corporate world, moving to the medical world, which was again a very male-dominated field, I had to be neutralized. I could not be too feminine. I thought that was the way to move forward. In fact, I hid behind the fact that, no, I don't like dressing up too feminine. No, I don't like it. I like being a tomboy. And damn it, I realized, no, I do like it, yeah. I do like, I'm not great at it. I'm not great with my makeups and my eyeliner. These girls know I still keep poking my eye with the wrong stuff.
Make her sit
But
down
I
and
like
do that.
it. They do it for me, But I like it. I learned it very late, but now I'm okay with being as feminine as I can. And I'll be feminine with my kids. Because again, the Shahenshah has to match Simran. Okay, so my kids have to be there because I want to run around. I want to feel free, but I want to look feminine too, And I think the third most important thing that happened to me in my 40s was I started defining the people who will enter my life now. Now I understood that I could create very, very purposeful ecosystems. I understood the kind of women I want in my life. I allowed the kind of men in my life. I allowed the kind of interactions in my life. I opened up my mind to things which I always felt, ye such hai, but because the world told me, but gadbad hai. So I was like, no, but I want to experiment. I want to try it. So that ability now to create a world of my own was, I think, one of the biggest takeaways in 40s. And I'm loving my 40s. I mean, I hear people say, I have white hair and those little wrinkles and the dark circles, but I'm totally loving it. And everybody's like, don't you want to hide your age? I'm like, I'm sorry, I went through a lot to reach this age. Okay? I'm damn proud of it. Yeah, I'm so proud of it. Why would I want to hide it? I mean, I would want to be the white-haired woman who can, shine out like that. Totally.
Yes, totally.
So, and like I said, I owe it in a big way to my female friendships. I must say that. In the time when I was breaking down, I had amazing women around me at that time who helped me through it. Then I met these wonderful young women, and although we've been only associated since 2018, it feels like a lifetime. It feels like we were supposed to meet. It just had to happen.
Yeah.
And I think going forward today, that's what I'm going to feel about each one of you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But I will say this one thing, that there are 3-4 things that each one of you should pledge to do for yourself. Like what Parul said earlier, this entire empowerment, freedom, wanting to be whoever you want to be, even whether you're 40, 50, whatever. I just finished my MA in yoga, by the way. So there's no age to learn. It cannot come if you don't look after your health.
Yeah.
Your energy is dependent on what you eat. Being calorie deficit means you're going to be low energy. It also means that you are going to have porous bones. So please, everyone, look after yourself. The other thing for your bones you need to do is strength training through yoga. Don't skip those things. When I say strength training through yoga, I'm saying hold your poses. Like you hold stuff inside here, hold the pose instead. So that's better than doing weights when it comes to strengthening your muscles. The third is your skin. Your skin doesn't respond to expensive serums.
Yeah.
It responds to what you eat. I just had the papaya before I had the lunch. Yeah. So more papaya, more greens, loads of extra virgin olive oil, fish oil. If you're vegetarian, then tablets, capsules of fish oil, primrose oil, all of us need primrose oil. Women who have achieved menopause, ashwagandha and brahmi, because we will forget, we will have poor energy. So these are some of the things that you've got to keep in mind for younger women. Just look at your hormone profile. You don't need a nutrition expert or a doctor. You get your test done. If it is out of whack, start exercising and just start including 50% of your meal as vegetables in whatever you eat. Eat whatever you feel like for the younger girls, but 50% vegetables. Just keep these 3-4 things in mind, and you can be youthful forever, right? Because youthfulness is an attitude. It's all about the energy that you bring to the table. It's always about, let's start, let's do something new, which we do, right? So, shall we?
I mean, I think this brings us to the conclusion of this very wonderful event or day. And I hope everybody's felt like they're taking away something from here, because we are too, although we got you all together. This was all of us, huge learning for all of us, and more power to each one of us. And we continue on.
Oh, yes.
That's Aradhana. In the meanwhile, anybody from the audience would want to share, because there was so much energy happening in the room. I think the audience would
next time join in the
have
room.
to be here. You have to be here. So anybody wants to share anything, please feel free.
Let's put this add the spotlight. Other. Thank you everyone who watched the live.